All right, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thursday, October the 2nd. Thursday, October the 2nd. Morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Not too day like yesterday, everybody. Kind of a day like yesterday. No big giant moves in the pre-market. Let's discount this MLACR. One of these blank check companies. Wow, look at Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin. Getting close to that high. 123,000, 119,000 now. Morning, good morning, good morning. Morning, Juanita. Want to say good morning to everybody? Meow, meow. All right, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, October the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I think you people in YouTube got a sneak preview. So just need a couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. In let's see where nobody's saying anything in the sorry about that. In the main room, I forgot to turn on the mic in the main room. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, October the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So, you guys in the main room, maybe somebody in our YouTube room can also let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. And also, just a quick question here. I noticed some of you said you had a tough time or you had to reload Trade Ideas a couple of times before you would get pre-market data. Just want to know, I saw you, Moan, and Monica, and also Obi, and maybe some others, and SKM. Okay. I didn't have a problem. I did not have a problem, but you guys are opening it a lot earlier than I am, of course. Just want to check. I want to pass that on. Yeah, I think it all depends on when you opened it. I know Obi opens around 6:45 in the morning Eastern time. Thank you, Dorf, in our YouTube room, so you guys can hear me also. All right, guys. The It's sort of like yesterday. I have to discount this one, this MLACR. This is just one of those blank check companies, but it's well under a dollar. Well under a dollar. Don't do that to me, Obi. You make me laugh when I'm mid-sentence. So this is well under a dollar. It's one of these blank check companies. So I'm just disregard this. So like yesterday, we're not seeing any stocks that are up a huge amount. I mean, again, 58%, huge amount, of course. But normally we do see stocks like this up a couple of 100%. But again, I'm going to discount this one. Market, I'm just looking at the market. I didn't see anything on the economic calendar today that's going to have short-term effect on the market, but the market is ripping. Is this an all-time high? 670? Is that an all-time high? Could be. I think it is. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. Yeah, all-time high now for the SPY anyway. All right, what else? Now, I didn't realize I had shorts available. A little ticked off at myself. I actually have a note in my because when I woke up, this stock was just over 4, and I do this sometimes. I put a little note and say, "Well, you could have all you wanted at 414," and I didn't take it. It popped up to 477, but look at the drop now, and there were shares available for me to short 2.4 million. I'm looking like the last few days. I am looking for something, some parabolic move that I can short. Usually, they're earnings plays. They could be earnings plays or some news. I don't see any though. I mean, Angio is the only one, ANGO, that I can kind of see, but I'm looking for something a little more expensive, the 30 to 40 range that has had a bit of a parabolic move in the pre-market that I might like to short, kind of like the PGY yesterday. Okay. And there were a couple others today. I think there was one on Monday and Tuesday. Anyway, Anjo could be because when I look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 354. So it is an earnings play. It's not like they're making any money. They're just losing less. CIGL. Let's see why Concord shares are trading higher after the company's board approved a 2025 equity incentive plan. Okay, so that is the reason for CIG. That's a big move, obviously 59%. It's the I'm gonna forget about this MLACR. That's the biggest mover this morning. 461 is the next high on the daily chart, so it does have some room. Few shares, 7.8 million at 7,800,000. I'll get it right. 7,800 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. Really? AOL is finally over? Well, you can't see me. I sing to myself, William, and of course, I dance on my chair. So, the chair dance. Pali, Pali. This is a big one from yesterday, guys. So, big one in that it did get up to 182, closed down here at 130. That's a big percentage drop, but it is now above yesterday's close. It was a big one yesterday. It was in our AI. Way too much information, William. I miss the clicks and wheezes of dial-up. NBTX, guys, NBTX. Okay, this is up 12%. Let's see. Raised a euro, 20 euros from 13 euros. What is it, about 150, 1.5 times or so? Maybe even more. Anyway, $21 right now. Actually, it may be almost 1-to-1 now. I'm talking about the exchange. All right, another one, very few shares, 7,600 shares available to short. But you know what? This could be an interesting one. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. Where could it go? You know what? It's almost a lifetime high. This NBTX is almost a lifetime high. I guess it started trading as NBTX back in December of 2020, and that looks like the lifetime high around 2150. So, it's almost a lifetime high now. Speaking of lifetime highs, not quite, of course, but look, a big move again in Bitcoin, guys. We're getting close to that 120,000 mark. Big move again. A couple of days, IBIT. I'm going to take a look at IBIT. Big 2-day move, actually about a 3-day move. Call it a 4-day, okay? So 3 days ago, it had the move. And the following day, kind of rested. Yesterday, another big move, and another big move today. So it's above this area, or it's right at this area, 67.88. Again, this is what you're going to trade Bitcoin, but you don't want to trade the coin itself. You can use this. I think it's pretty darn close. And that is the high right up here around 70. So yeah, Bitcoin right now, what I have is about 119,000, a little over $119,000. ABSI, let's see, about that high now. ABSI initiated at overweight by JP Morgan. I wonder if they put a price target. JP Morgan, overweight, okay, but I don't see a price target. JP Morgan initiated coverage, so this is the first time. I'm just looking to see if they put any sort of a price target. Don't see it. What for? What five? Remember that, guys? Talking to people talking about COBOL and Fortran in the main room. All right, what else? Not much. I really wish I had something I could sink my teeth into in a short. And the Angel might do it for me. It might. We're getting close to that high up here, and it's an earnings play. But I mean, it's not like first quarter sales climb, but and their loss narrow. So it's not that they're making money. Hey, thank you, thank you, Ali. Yeah, 10 years, guys. 10 years of your guys putting up with me talking to you for about 6 hours a day. Okay, EOSE, EOSE. FRME. Ah, now wow, guys, this is the IPO from yesterday. Yeah, well, I was wrong. What the other one is? Was it NP? Was that the other one from yesterday? But this one, a very successful one now, guys. FRMI, very successful IPO. Big 13% move. Not just because of that, but what was it priced at? Around $20? Or was that there was one at 23.50 and I think one at $20, but is it NP? The one from yesterday? No. Was it NP? But oh, that's right. That's right. I asked the guys what they thought about this, getting rid of all this. This because this was NP. The company had this symbol. It stopped trading in 2022. Okay. And so this company yesterday went public and they liked the symbol. Obviously, I'm sure it's not the same company. And they went public and they liked that symbol. That's what they wanted. So it looks a little misleading. So this is obviously not quite as, excuse me, not quite as good as the other one. I mean, it's still above the IPO price. I will put a price alert here because what can happen with these is that people look at these two new IPOs from yesterday. One of them is doing fabulously well. The other one is kind of lagging. You never know though. Maybe if it takes out yesterday's high, it could get going. I'm looking at CJET. The only reason I say it is because I have a thumbnail, and yeah. So they did the financing at 15 cents. So this looked like it had a lot of promise yesterday if it took out 50 cents. SHLS, guys. Okay, this is on the move for some reason. Let's see, any volume? Not bad. So Barclays has upgraded them. Okay, up another 11. So this is this morning of a Barclays upgrade, raised to $10 a share from 7 by Barclays. Okay, so that's the reason for this little move, and not a little move, 10%, 11%, 163 million in the float. You know what? I was surprised to see the float. Look at the float for. I mean, I'm having to trust our float data now. 269 million shares for TSHA. TSHA. That's a big move, 30%. It was even a lot more when it was up at 476. So let's see if this holds for. A couple of things. The VWAP is around 423. So let's put a price alert a little bit over the VWAP. They had news. Taysha gets a breakthrough therapy designation from the FDA. Okay. So there was news for TSHA. When I saw this, I thought they were talking about Toshiba. They still around? They must be still around. NVTS, guys. Okay, the next high looking left is 829. So there's a little bit of room for NVTS to keep moving if it wants to. I think it's probably the same. Yeah, so that's the same on the weekly. So that daily high right there is the high that week. That was back in, when was this? This was back in August. Yeah, you just read my well, you didn't read my mind. And it's my gap uppers, ABAT, American Battery, ABAT, ABAT, and sell or call to recycle launch a partnership. I don't see any crypto plays today, guys. Anybody see any one of those companies that are raising money to buy some altcoin? I didn't see any this morning. All right, what time is it now? 9:15. So just a couple of looks. I want to see what happened with energy yesterday. XLE. So stop the 2-day knockdown. Okay, yesterday kind of held still above the 200-day moving average. And XLV. Let's see how it continue. Yeah. So it's continuing above the 200-day moving average. First time in a long time. DJ, yeah, so you are saying your app is not opening. So when you say it's not opening, what does that mean exactly? Yeah, are you getting a toolbar at least? Or you're not getting the toolbar either? You know what? I asked two questions. So when you say it's not opening, it's just not opening, nothing. And is this the first time like that? You are a you're not new today or anything like that, right? No, okay. And are you just trying to open it now, DJ, or were you trying to open it earlier? Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. Hmm. All right. Well, I know we had some people. I didn't have a problem this morning at all, and I wonder if it's the server you're on. We have different servers. The only thing I can suggest, if it continues, because I obviously can't help in this regard, Maybe go to trade-ideas.com. Maybe they can take a look at your account, okay? Just to make sure there's nothing going on with your account. Because there's nothing I can, say to, just do this, other than maybe do a reinstall of the program itself. All right, guys, anything else sneaking in here? Yeah, I would maybe reinstall the program before you restart your computer. Won't take long. You probably know how to do that, right? Go to the home page, and you obviously went to the alpha download. Okay. And so do the alpha download again, because you wanted to have access to the money machine just in test in sim mode. Yeah, Shady's saying maybe do the end task first and then try it again. Like try opening it again. Do the end task first. And UKK guys, this is a big one from yesterday. Actually closed pretty nicely. It was up to 886 and closed down. Well, okay, it was about a 40-cent drop, but still not terrible. 1119 is the next high looking left. Okay. 1119. So, and the float is pretty low, 3.5 million. So could be a second day continuation. The high of yesterday was 889. So I'm going to stick a price limit around 907, just a little bit over nine. See if we can take that out. Well, wow, nice. It would have been a nice short, 1325 down to 1250. That's for the Ango. Now here is the VWAP, guys. 1224 is the VWAP. So suppose what we can do is wait to see if it gets even closer to the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP acts as support, and maybe it bounces off that. Maybe. Okay. So I see the news on this can. Thanks, Obi, for that. It's not quite what, but they're not looking to buy some altcoin, but it's still Bitcoin or crypto news, Bitcoin news. Okay. Through the 200-day moving average, also right now, we hit 120 today in Bitcoin. Okay, guys, want to get the layout I'm going to use once this market's opened. Once it's 9:30. Keep training myself to say that, because let's face it, the market's opened. Market is open. You guys, just give me a moment. Arranging my windows here. Ah, good. The that one under a dollar disappeared because my right here, this has to be at least a dollar. Okay, and this is the pre-market actives up, basically the same as what you saw before, other than it's the top 60, it's the top six instead of the top 15. Okay. So DKI, I didn't, I think IVDA, I think it had a big pop up and then it pulled back. Yeah. So that's why I really didn't talk about this too much. It got up to 225 underneath the VWAP now, 167 IVDA. I mean, it's still up 22%. I get it, but and they're partnering. Well, this was actually yesterday's news with Salience to launch mobile command powered by. Okay, Texas. Okay, it had news yesterday, but it is up, but it has pulled back quite a bit from the pre-market highs. Okay, this is I might have miss. Okay, this is ANGX. Okay, I wonder if I mixed up ANGO and ANGX. I mean, I'm pretty sure ANGO is an earnings play. Yeah, it is an earnings play. Okay, so I haven't mixed it up. It's not in the top six. It's only up 15% right now. That's why we saw it earlier. But anyway, ANGX, Angel. Okay, Angel Studios just had a nice day yesterday. Very nice day yesterday. There's an IPO back here. IPO back here. That was on looks like September 11th, and not very good. Fell until 3 days ago. So the next high, looking left, is so it's got room, guys. I mean, 1343. If it wants to continue, I would put a price alert over 10. See if it takes out 10. You know what I wanted to see? FRME. I want to see FRMI. Sorry. Yeah. So IB's getting their act together again, guys. Shorts available for these big IPOs the next day. Yeah, a lot of shares, 795,000. Not that I want to short it right now or ever. It's more out of curiosity. Same with the, well, only 1,000 shares are NP, but at least they're there. Only 1,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys. See if anything else. There's the Pally. There's the NGEX. There's the TSHA. CIGL, let's take a look. CIGL. Uh-oh. Okay, now I'm hung up. I don't know if that's what you guys meant. I'm actually hung up now. Time is it now? 9:29. I gotta hurry. Oh boy, it's gonna be close, guys. I got about 10 seconds. Come on. All right. Well, came within 7 seconds. All right, guys. So opening bar on the SPY, a little bit of a sell-off. Little opening bar on this on the SPY. That's a 5-minute cant bar. Okay, guys, this is one where well, a lot of you were watching a couple of days ago. This is Ben F. Okay, here's a Toshiba. Well, it's not Toshiba. Tasha, TSHA. I think that means it's over the VWAP. Okay. Now, again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I will point out opportunities if you don't mind. If you don't mind trading in the first 15 minutes. Look at the angle now. Yeah, well, let's see now. Let's see if it keeps underneath that VWAP. The VWAP is at 1226. Okay. It's starting to fade. Kodiak, guys, KDK. Next high looking left. It has yeah, it's got room. 780 or so is the next high looking left. That's for KDK. I like somebody's name, KDK. 774 is the next high looking left. And that is for KDK. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Really didn't do much in the pre-market. Market opens and there it goes. The other one I didn't see was Pew, P-E-W, grab a gun. Next high looking left is 518, takes that out, 545. So a little bit of room if it takes that 518. There goes the TSHA, guys. Oh, there down goes the FRMI. Now underneath the VWAP now. Okay, guys, LAC from yesterday, LAC from yesterday. It's kind of a fade all day. You know, the big news, your government took a 5% stake in it, but it kind of got up to 756, closed down here at 7:05, kind of faded. It's over yesterday's close now. Okay. US government, okay, took a 5% stake, and that was official. That was yesterday's news. I guess call it the rumor of it was right here on this day, on the 24th of September. And then the finalization was yesterday. Well, look at that sell off on the FRMI. Shoot. Well, there's the Ben F guys. Ben F over one now. Wow. So the high of 2 days ago was 108. BENF. I can't remember what the new. I guess actually it was an earnings play, such as it was 2 days ago. Yeah, it was an earnings play. This was a reaction. So Bitcoin is still holding up $1,800, almost 120 now, 19,300 or so. Zeta on the way down, guys. Zeta, ZETA, the next low looking left, 1950. Boy, if it takes that out, 1850. So I'm going to put a price alert on that area for a couple of reasons. First of all, I want to see if that holds it. Maybe that acts as support. But if it does break down, then it has still room underneath. This is a potential short, of course. TSHA, let's see. Okay, guys, PayPal on the move, and then wow, the next high is 16, almost $70. So it has room. It has on the daily chart. It has room. PayPal on the move. PYPL. So this one also has some room. RZ LV has room. The next high looking left on a daily chart, 623. It is popping a bit. Hmm. Yeah, some little so guys, if you're missing some data sometimes, I just was missing some data in here in the single stock window, just go to the account and then do a reset. See if that helps. Boy, BENF. I mean, if I guess if you put a stop at around 98 cents or so, just under a dollar. There I see Tilray. Tilray's on the move, guys. TLRY. See what the cannabis ETF is doing. MSOS. So actually, it's flat. Okay, so Tilray is kind of moving on its own. It's not moving because of the overall cannabis market. Okay, guys, let's take a look. Second 5-minute bar on the SPY. So we had a first one was red, tried to recover, but now moving down again. Markets are so positive, but barely. All right, TSHA. Holding the VWAP still, holding the VWAP, acting as support. 424 is the VWAP area. Well, I didn't do it, but what a great short that FRMI would have been. Oh man, probably a $6 or $7 move. FRMI. See if it had. Okay, let's take a look and see if there's any support area. And look at the high up here was what, 37.43, $30 now. Wow. See if it breaks 30. I'm going to put a price alert down here around maybe 30 will hold it, psychological number perhaps. But if it doesn't, you guys have shorts available right now for Fermi, FRMI. Still about 700,000 at Interactive Brokers. Don't get too many of relatively expensive stocks in this. Biggest gainers, BKKT, because for it to be up 5% on a $38 stock, that's impressive. That's, remember, in a 4-minute race. I'm going to go over this race in, time is it now, 9:41, about 20 minutes, around 10 o'clock Eastern time, plus all the other information that I'm sharing on my homepage, other scans, etc. Okay, GGAL, guys, 28.22. Wow, there's a ton of room on this daily chart for GGAL. Of course, Argentinian bank. Let me see what the country ETF is doing. No, it's still so. Yeah, I wouldn't be too quick to hop into that one then. The GGAL, because the Argentinian, look at this. I mean, the Argentina ETF, country ETF, has this big fade from 78 down to 67 in about a week and a half. Just give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. Okay, now Zeta, I put that price alert down here. Ooh, it's broken down a little too much now. All right, guys, TSHA is still hanging around the VWAP. Well, yeah, the market is yes, sell off so far. SPY is barely up now. Hmm. Yeah, this happened a while back. So for some reason, my SPY this is fine. So I'm going to give me a moment. I just want to change something here. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. Just a couple things I have to do here. All right, now this one could be interesting to me. CRK as a potential short, guys. A lot of room underneath. I know it's barely up for the day. 200-day moving average down here around 20, so it's got room. Obviously, it's a not a, actually it's not a big float. 77 million. I thought it would be a higher float, but it is not. Okay, guys, TSHA holding over the VWAP pretty nicely now. 947. So now I'm more interested in it. 15 minutes has passed. And if you have our AI, you kind of know what has happened. Okay, guys, Toshiba, TSHA. And, I'm going to have to show again to those of you with the AI. I know I sort of nag it on this one, but look, you got to have the reentry price. You've got to have these two columns here, guys. Okay, at least the reentry price column. Okay, you've got to have it. If you don't know how to do it, let me know. If you have our AI. Yeah, so you have our premium service, right, Sinji? You have access to the AI? Okay. So the first thing, what I would do is this. I don't know how you're monitoring the AI, but if I hope that you can see what I'm going to do. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and then notice I've got three that start off with Premium AI. You pick this one, the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay. When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. Just this. Also, the other thing is get rid if it says profitable trades, okay, uncheck it. Okay, uncheck it. You want to see the trades all day long. And then all you do then is to add these columns right here. If you right click in the body and then go to columns, and this is alphabetical. And notice right down here, we've got a reentry price. At least have that. I mean, you want to have the stop and the time, but at least have the reentry price up. Because what happens is, if it's there was the original alert at 4:35, okay? There was the exit 4:22, okay? That was the stop. But if a stock at any time during the day hits the stop price, okay? Hits the stop price and then gets halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, in this case that's 4:28, you will get another alert. And I say a lot of times, a lot of people just wait for that to happen. Now it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen every day with every stock, okay? But a lot of people, that's all they do. You can look at it one way, well, maybe a little bit early on the alert. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, it doesn't 100% mean, of course, that on that reentry price it's going to rip higher, but and don't forget to save your work, okay? Save your layout. I would incorporate, I don't know how you're monitoring the AI, but I would incorporate this screen as part of your layout. Okay. So you don't have to do that every day. And welcome, by the way. I don't think I've seen you here before. So welcome. Triple N, sorry, four N's was halted. Is this an IPO of some sort? Okay, NP on the move here, guys. It just took out the high of yesterday. Okay, it took out the high of yesterday. This is an IPO from yesterday. Don't get confused by all this. Okay, this stopped trading in 2022, I believe. Okay, another company had this symbol, stop trading. Okay, see anything happening? Yeah, another one with about $1 when you look left on the daily chart of potential move, ONON. Sarepta, boy, this has been on a bit of a roll, I think. Yeah, it's been on a bit of a roll from 1755 a few days ago up to 21 now, guys. And 2108 is the next high looking left. If it breaks through that, 22. So has to maybe take that out. Don't understand money making, how to use. So Mac, you have our premium service. Talking to Mac in our YouTube room. You need our premium service to be able to use it in simulation mode. Okay, that's all. It's the only way you can use it right now is in simulation mode. But I just have to know, make sure you have our premium service and have access to it. Mac, in our YouTube room. I know there's a slight delay. Okay, Tasha. High was 455, I think, in the pre-market, maybe higher, 474. So Mac, can you hear me in our YouTube room? Well, I better post it in here. Okay, Fermi actually had a she kept watching it. It looked like 30 held it. FRMI definitely it held it so far. Well, this Deep Road's been on a run, hasn't it? The interesting day 2 days ago got up to 955, but it closed way down here at 8. Yesterday closed at 923. This is drones, right? Oh, okay. So when you say you don't know how to use it, I mean you have to open Brokerage Plus. Now there's a let me just see if I know Chris did a video, okay, but just give me a moment, okay? So you have to have Brokerage Plus up and running, right? You have to go to the money machine settings, okay, and then pick one. These are strategies. You can pick one, but there was a video. Chris did a video on all this, okay? So you probably want to take a look at the video, okay? But you just pick a strategy that you want to run just to test it, you know, upside pullback. You can save the profile. You pick how many positions you want to be at the same time. I don't run it because you have to monitor it all day long, and it's something I just can't do because you have to. In my opinion, you have to manage the exits, and here's your position size. You can have position size in dollars, $5,000 a share, or $5,000 committing to each trade. Okay, you can pick your price. Okay, so and then you just run it. Okay, then you just let it run. And how to use it. I mean, that's how to use it. Now, how to manage it is another thing. But when you just start the money machine, okay. But the big thing is to get something in here, some strategy in here. Pick one of them, and then just start running it just to see, and you'll start to get some data. You'll start to get some. If I pick one right now, just out of curiosity, and then start it. Now I'm getting that. See, I'm getting an error message, but that's okay. So I'm in these three right now. Now you just let it run and manage the exits. but you've got to manage, you've got to manage the trades you're in. Ultimately, the goal would probably be to have create your own top list with your own set of parameters and see how that works. All right, guys. Well, FRMI. Come on, Toshiba. TSHA break. Oh, great. Sorry. All right, guys. I took the short on FRMI when it broke down through 30 again. I covered some right around the 29 mark. Thank you, IB, for having shorts available today on the second day. I asked before, William, out of curiosity, does Fidelity or I know Centerpoint, all the others, but how about Fidelity and E-Trade? Do they have shorts available for FRMI today? So, Mac, did that make sense a little bit? You've got to pick a strategy and then just start to run it, and then you've got to be able to manage the exits. No Fidelity shorts. Well, yes. Well, yesterday was the IPO, so you would not expect it to have shorts yesterday. Okay, I don't think anybody really has shorts the day of an IPO. But holy smokes! Now, how much can I let this run? How about today, Ryan, regarding Schwab? Okay, so E-Trade has 1,500. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm going to send in a little thank you note to IB for having so many shorts available. That's what I'm talking about. 730,000 shorts available for FRMI. Oh, so I'm in the two trades, guys. The TSHA and the obviously on the long side and the FRMI. And again, I'm going to just nag. Have that re-entry price. Okay, have it in our AI. Have it. And do my video on that again today. I did a video on one yesterday, which was the same sort of thing, having the re-entry price. And it sort of met my trading style because it was at 9:45. I don't like to trade in the first 15, so hit right at 9:45. Didn't get it right at 4:28, but oh man, this is just a tremendous short now. It's close to 28. I'll probably take some more off. What an awesome short from up here, $10 down. Now TSH, I think TSHA is approaching the pre-market high. I think the pre-market high is up here, so I think it just touched it. 474. 475, and that high is got to 475. So I should be aware of that. So I've taken some off, guys. Okay, because that's the pre-market high. And if it doesn't, I mean, that may stall it for a bit, and that's for the TSHA. And on the weekly chart, I don't think I could see anything on the monthly chart. Yeah, so on the monthly chart, the next high here is 520, I think, 509 or so. Yeah, 509. So it may struggle a couple of areas. It may struggle to get through the pre-market high, and then it may struggle at 5. Okay, well, according to now, this is going to look terrible. Probably, I'm going to show you this, Mac. But I mean, according to see, this is what I mean. You've got to manage these exits. You've got to manage the exits, okay? But when you say you don't understand, like, are you talking about this list? Can you see what I'm pointing at? There's 3 stocks, and it's coming from here. It's coming from this. If you can see what I'm pointing at. Because it's coming from this particular the upside pullback pickup. Okay, that's the strategy, and these are the symbols that are generated from that strategy. Okay, I just picked that one. Okay, you can pick other ones, of course, but now I don't know. Maybe it's because no, you should see it. Maybe you have to stretch it out a bit, but you can see again. I get this. You guys don't get that message, but that's why I'm saying, Mac, in order to really use this, I mean, in theory, you should import probably, if you know, I can kind of show you how to do that, how to import your own strategy in here. But it's from a topless window. It should not be called a strategy, but what I would do is just to get used to what's happening is just at least load a strategy, one of these money machine strategies. Okay, see what I'm pointing at? And obviously this particular one is showing all these symbols. And you can see that open position, DPRO, EH, and UPXI right here. Let me see if Chris has got a video on this, because I think he did a video. Okay, guys, so Toshiba, TSHA over right at the little over now the pre-market high. Okay, and then 5 would be the next big challenge, in my opinion. Oh, somebody just mentioned BQ earlier on the move. This was a big one, of course, a couple of days ago. No, this did not get up to $300,000. This was that is reverse split adjusted. A couple of days ago, did get up to 18. All right, guys. So all out of the FRMI. You know, I was watching a course. I said if it got back up close to 28. Now, I may reshort it. Depends what happens on this one. See if it gets rejected again at 30. Okay, so I don't know if you saw this video, Mac, talking to Mac in our YouTube room. Okay. Maybe you should take a look at this. Okay. The video on the money machine. That's one that Chris did. Guys, you can see the mini struggle right now for TSHA just to get through that, still get through that pre-market high. Not saying it's going to keep struggling, but wow, what a fast morning, 10:09, guys. So now is the time. Usually I do it at 10, so a little bit late, but go over my homepage, including all these scans and information that you can have on my homepage. Oops. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So again, I have to, please listen carefully. I have to explain these promos that we've got on right now. Okay. So if you're willing to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off. You can use this promo code Barry30. If you want to take out a premium monthly subscription, you can get 22% off, and that's for the first month only. The two other types of subscriptions, you can get 15% off. The two other types, of course, the monthly standard, again, you'll get 15% off the first month only, or the annual standard, you'll get 15% off the year. So these are the three promo codes that we've got on right now, okay? Now, for those of you who are on YouTube, if you wanted, we do have, a lot of people don't know this, but we do have another room, trading room, as I call it, the main room. You can come into the main room. You can stay in YouTube if you want. But if you're looking for a little more action amongst traders, interaction amongst traders, then you can come into the main room, and that's the link. So you could save my homepage, and then that's how you get in every day. Same with you guys who are in the room every day. Save my homepage link, and then here's the link to get into the room. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free. Company checks or monitors all these promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they'll keep their room free. Okay, guys, you kind of see how that happened with the Toshiba, with the TSHA. It did get a little bit to the 200-day moving, or not the 200, but the pre-market high, and that kind of stalled it. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? And again, the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and it is free. Next thing to do, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the education section, click on the more info. Before I move on to these two things, the getting started and the back to basics, click on the user guide, because I'm going to go over this race and the whole concept of races. And if you click on the user guide, there's a whole section, okay, on TI stock racing. You know, you don't have to learn everything that's in a user guide, okay? But I would, if you're interested in stock racing, I would make sure that you take a look at this, because as a good reference, because I'm going to go over this race and the concept of racing. This is how you can start your own race with your own set of parameters. Last, well, not quite last. So again, you click on my homepage link, click on the education section, and then scroll down. Getting started with trade ideas. This is the first thing you must do if you take out a trade idea subscription, okay? You have to do this. There are very short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering if it's something you might want to try, I would start off on that second video and proceed to the end. Again, very short videos that should give you an idea about whether or not you want to try us at least for a month, just to see if it's a right fit for you. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, a series of videos, free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, scroll down. Here they are. So get the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. These two I don't have on my homepage. If you want them, you just have to ask me for them. These are a couple of other races. These are large cap gainers and these are large cap losers. Here's the halts resumes is over here. And this is my single stock window right down here. Now I do have this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down. And I have other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them up and running. Okay, but you can certainly take a look at them. You know, at some point in time, I may bring them back, but right now I do not have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I've tried to really make it really simple, okay, on the things that I see all day long. But I may bring one of these back at some point in time in the future. Maybe when we get into earnings season, I might bring back the gap scan. But you can take a look at them. Now, first of all, if you're new to these rooms, the YouTube room or the main room, welcome. This is now I'll explain what the format is. The main room is open at around 6:45, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, okay? Obi opens the room, the main room. I try to open our YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40 Eastern time, and I get on the mic at approximately 9 o'clock for both of them. So why don't I open? Well, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so the time zone is not good for me to open the room at 3:45 my time. So that's why Obi very graciously opens the room really early, so you guys can come in. There's nobody talking. There's no screen sharing, but there's still a lot of a lot of interaction amongst traders who get up early enough. Okay. Now, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even when I take off, William will usually keep the main room open. He says today he'll keep it open sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. Obi wants to keep it open later. That's fine. So even when I'm gone, the main room is still open, but I do have to shut down YouTube. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer, but I can always direct you to the people who can. So again, don't be shy. Ask me questions. Again, at 2 o'clock when I start to think I'm going to wind it up. If you ask me questions, I'll always stay later. So let me go over this race. Why I think the race it doesn't have to be this race, but the concept of racing, why I think it is very beneficial for both new traders and experienced traders alike. Okay. So I'm running, again, everything I'm going to talk about is customizable. I'm running, there's that black. I'm running 4-minute races. Okay. You don't have to, you can run whatever time frame you want. Notice it's almost over. It's 23 seconds. And at the top here, what does that 7.2% means? It means since the race started, AMBI has moved 7%. It's only 8 cents, but it's 7%. Okay, that's what happened. And more than likely, as long as it holds that top position, it's going to win this race. And you will see it'll be added to this 10, eventually a top 10 list. You see, it just won that race. And so now it's down here. Eventually, a top 10 list will be created for you automatically and made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that up here, Tilray, TLRY has won 2 races, BNF has won 2 races, etc. Okay. Eventually, again, there will be a top 10 list created for you automatically. Why? So what that means for you is you can now focus on 10 stocks all day long. You don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over and in order for you to click on it. If you see something that's at the top right now, click on it, see what's happening. So let's take a look at IVDA. Let's see what's happening with it. Okay, a little bit of a move here. Okay. It's moving through the VWAP. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, maybe that is a sign for you to take a look at this stock. Now, I would be looking left to see how much room it has. To me, it doesn't have enough room to move before it hits that next high on the daily chart, but your idea may be different from mine. Okay. But again, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you can see what it did. It got below the VWAP, hit the VWAP a couple of times, and now it looks like it's trying to get through it. So maybe if you use the VWAP as a support, as a stop area, you take the trade, put your stop a little bit below the VWAP. I mean, if that is your style of trading, maybe you have a moving average on your chart that it has come into, and then you watch to see whether or not that acts as support. Okay, all sorts of different styles of trading, of course. Now, again, you don't wait for a stock to be at the top here. If you see a stock anywhere in this list, click on it just to see what is happening. Okay, it may be just starting out. Here's FBio, and wow, I mean, that's a great move from here. Okay, there's FBio as an example. Wow, I mean, so it's obviously got a ton of room. 397, almost $4 is the next high looking left. So I mean, that might, I mean, it's extended, obviously. Probably want to wait maybe for a bit of a pullback or something, but so you could put a price alert, a pullback area that you would like, maybe. The other thing to do is if a stock has won a race before, click on it. Just in this list, click on it. See what's happening. Maybe it's just sort of resting a bit. Okay. But you see what it does? It gives you some focus on a list of stocks to follow all day long. This is another cannabis play, CBD. Why CBD? High yesterday was right up here, 144. The high before that was way up here, around $2. So why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these stocks showing up here? And why are these stocks showing up here? What is the difference? So let me go over this one right here. This the biggest gainers from the start of the race. You can see right off the bat, it should be noticeable that you can get some big percentage moves here, while typically you're not going to get big percentage moves here. And I will explain why. So if I right click on this race and open top list window, all races start from a top list window. Again, if you go to the guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing. So before we had races, the way a person would use our top list window was as long as you had a column header to sort on, you could sort on it. So in this case, I've got the change from the close, percent. I can sort on that. This is the change from the opening trade of the day. As long as you have the column header up here, you double left click and you can sort on it. So that was you can see this is sort of a classic way to use this top list window. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most from the open, things like that. You could sort on that. So right now you can see that IVDA is the one that is up the most from yesterday's close, 43%. Now, before you say, well, wait a minute, I know there's stocks above that are higher than that compared to yesterday's close, and I'm sure there are. But remember, the top list window is based on your set of parameters. So this is what I'm using. If I right click on the top list window and click on configure and then click on summary. So this is what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see, but this is what I want to see. The stock is between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, it'll show up in this list of stocks. Okay, that's how it works. And then I sort on the change from the close, so I can immediately see what stocks are up the most. So that's good, but question we get a lot. Well, it's great to see the stocks that are up the most. And by the way, I would not discount looking at stocks that are up the most. Just because this stock, I'm not saying it's going to happen. just because this stock is up 41% now, this TSHA, doesn't mean it can't keep moving. At the end of the day, who knows? Maybe it's up 100%. But a lot of people would say, well, yeah, but I want to see the stocks that are maybe starting out and moving, not necessarily right at the high of the day. Well, that's what the race can do for you. So here's that NP, as an example. This is the IPO from yesterday. It's up 5% from yesterday. I'm just going to use this as an example. What if all of a sudden NP just started to move again? It's up 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? The race doesn't care where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. So it doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. Now, granted, a lot of them will be near the top because they're super active all day. But, there's stocks that could be just starting out. QBTS, where's that one? Right there. I mean, it's sort of middle of the pack. Maybe it's just starting out again. Okay. Ovid, I don't know where it is, Ovid, but you see the idea though, is that it's a stock that just could be moving up this list of stocks. Well, again, how would you know? Well, that's what the race does for you. Takes obviously the guesswork out of trying to stare at a list of stocks to see, well, which one is starting to move up this list? Well, that's what the race does for you. It doesn't care where it is in this list. All it cares about is what is moving the most since the race started, percentage-wise. So hopefully now it's becoming a lot more clear that you can create your own race based on your set of parameters. You may hate this price range, for instance. You can create your own price range, your own minimum volume, or add filters, other filters that you like, and create your own race based on your set of parameters. And then once you do that, right click, launch the real-time stock race. Okay? So it's totally customizable. You can even, if you want, maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every day. Maybe it's the same 20 or 30. Maybe it's a different 20 or 30, maybe based on, maybe you do some evening work and you say, boy, I want to follow these ones the next day. Well, you can create what we call a symbol list, a watch list, and put those stocks in there and then attach it to the top list window, attach it. So it's only looking at those stocks and you can run a race on them. Okay, so it's very flat. And again, all this is customizable. The 4 minutes, well, maybe you want a 5-minute race. Maybe you want a 2-minute race, a 10-minute race. See, I've got these are what we call lanes. I've got 8 lanes. You can pick how many lanes you want. You can pick when you want the race to start. I like to start my race at 9:30 at the 9:30 open, but you can run the race starting the minute that you open trade ideas. So if it's in the pre-market, you can start the race right then automatically. All sorts of ways in which you can use it. Okay. Now these races, and they're called large cap because what I did was I took this, the top list, and you're going to see not many in here. Now, it doesn't mean that these are the only symbols all day long, like these, because number one, this list could grow bigger or different symbols could come in here because it's all based on meeting the filter requirements. So if I right click on it, so, a little bit different. My price range is now 10 to 70. 200,000 shares is the same, 2% from yesterday's close. I do want to see the stocks near the high of the day. So it's got to be it looks a little crazy, but it says 95% above the low of the day. Okay, at least. Market cap. This is why, again, large cap. Some of you might not think that's such a large cap. That's fine. You can always, again, this is what I like to see. So it's 500 million market cap minimum, 50 million in the float minimum. So that's why, and with this filter right there being near the high of the day, that's why I'm not getting that many stocks in there, but that's okay for me. And then I launched the race on it. This one is just sort of the flip, the reverse of this, looking for large cap losers. Okay. This is large cap gainers. These are large cap losers. So if you want either of these two, just let me know and I'll pop the links in. Now, I haven't looked at these at all. Any of the wow, this list is full now. The halts resumes over the course of the day. I haven't looked at all. So we see this BQ got halted. What happened after the halt? Yeah, so it dropped. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 10:30. So quick hour for me. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders, Trade Ideas, takes over from me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. And Steve is putting the money machine through its paces. So you can ask some questions about the money machine. So you see what I'm talking about here, guys. I mean, you I don't know where this well, okay, not a tremendous max, but see, would I let this turn into a losing maybe 237 isn't bad. All I'm saying is that to use the money machine, you should be managing these exits. You know, unfortunately, you just can't let it run all day without managing the exits to get it. So if I got out of one of these, another one would come in. Thank you, Obi. So we have an an IPO for today. I don't think it's traded yet. What a range for Fermi now today, guys. What a range. And that's, I remember in the pre-market, this got a little higher. I think got up in the 37s. And then look at this, got down to 27, a $10 drop. And then, well, we're looking at it right now, JTB. So this is Fermi. So the beginning, it was incredibly, it's still good because I mean, it was priced, either 23.50 or 20. I can't remember. I can go to my IPO calendar and check it, but so you can see it. If it's either one of those two, it's still well above. But this turned out to be an awesome short for me. Unfortunately, not from up here, but on the 30 break. And then the NP, also pretty good. Another IPO from yesterday, also pretty good. Not pretty good. I mean, darn good, above. When I say good, now don't look at this. I know it looks terrible, but remember, wish we could get rid of this, but this is stop trading as NP in 2022. And as a company, stop trading. And these guys, Neptune Insurance, they wanted that symbol. So it was available, obviously, and they took it, but it looks a little crazy on our chart. Do you guys other chart? I don't have any other charting program up, so do you guys see that also, or is it like a fresh chart? Those of you who are using say Thinkorswim or other charting programs. Well, other charting programs may not have. Again, previously, this was another company that had this symbol NP. Stopped trading for whatever reason back in 2022. Okay, so when you look at this looks like 2 days ago. This was the low, and then a big drop. But no, this is a 2022 bar. Okay, so yeah, I've actually pointed that out. I like to get rid of all this, but I mean, it's a minor. It doesn't affect the trading at all. It just looks a little crazy when you look at the chart. That's all. Yeah, I've noticed this. We had a couple, at least two or three that I've seen this happen. A company goes public and they like a symbol. They want the symbol, and it happened to be something that traded like years ago, but stopped. Oh yeah, of course. You'll see it October. Yesterday, it launched yesterday, so it's an IPO from yesterday. Now, interestingly, there weren't very many shorts available at Interactive Brokers for NP. Only about 7,000 at the beginning of the day, but they've all been snapped up. Okay, this is Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This tells me how many shares are instantly available to short. So that's why it's fabulous that IB had 719,000. They had a few earlier, a few more earlier, but I guess people are still short. Okay, guys, so you can kind of see what happened to the TSHA. I mean, it snuck a little bit above, just not much, a little bit above the pre-market high, but not by much. And that kind of stalled it. I kind of thought five would stall it also, even if it broke through. And now we're in the descent. Would have turned into a nice short from here. Wow, there are a lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers to short this one. I'm too late now, of course, but okay. Let's see if anything. Well, look at I don't know EYPT guys. It's trying to come back. It had 2 days ago got up to 15. Yesterday it tried to get up there, but it closed way down here. So it got up to what 1450, and it closed down here at underneath 13. So big percentage drop from the high, but trying to crawl back a little bit here. Obviously, he's got room. I mean, 1459. So I'm going to keep an eye on this EYPT to see how well it holds 13. Might be something I might be interested in. I might take a look at it if it gets back up to the high of the day, which is 1320. Just put a price alert there and see if it happens. BTTC halted on the way up. Oh, okay. Well, another wow. How did I miss this? Did you tell me about this one, Obi? Another really good. Is this actually? It's an IPO. It's not a SPAC. Black Titan. Wow. I mean, there's hugely successful so far, guys. I mean, it was a price that opened the trade at 6. My guess is that it was a $4 IPO. You know what? I got to start looking at my IPO calendar again. So here's the IPO calendar. I know you mentioned the CBK is supposed to open today at 24, I guess. But let me take a look at well, I want to see the calendar, and I want to see. So you can see What am I looking at here? BTTC, okay, BTTC, where are you? Hmm, not showing up on the calendar. So I don't know if this is some kind of a crazy IPO or something, because I'm not seeing it in this, on my calendar here, which usually is pretty darn good at having every single IPO there is. So I don't know what's going on with BTTC other than the fact that it's an immensely. Oh, so it's a name change. Okay, it's not an IPO. You see, but look what it, I mean, it's a little misleading, It says Black Titan Core IPO shares. This is Black Titan, right? Gotta be. So that's why I looking at the headline here, suggesting it was an IPO. If it's just a name change, boy. Did they merge with somebody perhaps also? So that's a very misleading, headline then. So when I get a price alert, it doesn't mean I just hop onto the trade, okay? It means that it's at a level that I wanna really take a hard look at it, okay, Edric? So for instance, earlier today, the FRMI, I put a price alert underneath 30. Can't remember where it was exactly, right here, 29.94. It hit, and I just liked the way it was moving down from there, and so that's why I took the short. Doesn't mean I just 100% just because I get a price alert. It's more, well, it's an alert. It doesn't mean take the trade immediately. It just means I want to know when it hits that, and then I can make up my mind. Okay, because I could put a price alert. For instance, let's say I put this price alert right here at $30 for whatever reason. Okay, I put the price alert right there at $30, and then it goes on a tremendous rip up, and then it just starts to fall, 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 and it hits it. Well, the fact that it's, you know, would I take it? Probably not, because it's already had a steep descent from before. But what if it only popped up a little bit and then it took out the price alert? If that makes sense to you, I would feel like I've missed. Obviously, I've missed the huge move, but I don't know that. I won't know that until I click on the on my excuse me, in the window on the price alert. I won't know that it may have done this already, unless I'm staring at the chart, if that makes sense. Well, well, no matter what we call it, it's a huge run. And here's the now I wish this were shortable, guys, because this is going to have a pretty steep fall eventually. But this is you can't see the symbol, but it is BTTC. And there's the halt price, 1364. This column is trying to show you maybe the area could open. And I repeat, this is not anything to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. This blue screen, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. And this column, again, is trying to show you, where it could open. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So this got halt. So obviously going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. This got halted at 10:35 plus 29 seconds. And we're past 10:40 plus 29 seconds. So usually then they are multiples of 5. So if that's the case, this will open at say 10:45 plus 29 seconds, which is about a little less than a minute from now. If it's a 10-minute halt, could be longer. If it's not 10, it'll be 15. But I would say that 95% of the time they are 5-minute halts. I haven't done the actual percentage, but most of the time they are 5-minute halts. and it's called a volatility halt. Oh, I see. This was a resumption. So what happened here is, yeah, the server that I'm on at Trade Ideas, if a stock gets halted almost immediately after it resumes, say within I think 30 seconds or 45 seconds, it's not showing up for me. For people like William, who's on a different server than I am, it will show up. As crazy as that sounds. So that's why. Well, so this must have got halted, within about 45 seconds of that resumption. It is crazy that I'm on this server and they can't seem to fix it. But it just opened, guys. I guess it just opened. So there you go. Wow, what probably going to get halted again. Let's see how this, you can always tell because if this gets stuck kind of at, a very tight spread, like right now, 96.16 for a there you go. You can just now it's not going to open at 34 or 57, whatever. Unbelievable. So did anybody get this early and are still holding on? Yeah, the market, guys. Yeah, I mean, the market was certainly positive in the pre-market, but we've been in a steady sell off phase on the market right now. Okay, big red bars, little pop up here. You can see how that orange wave is working. So if you took the short up here in this area, where the orange wave started, I probably, if I were short this, I would have taken some off in this area, would have popped up, but I would be holding on. I would be holding on to my short until that wave turned blue. That's how the trade wave can give you a nice guide in helping you keep in trades a lot longer. And of course, on the blue side, if this ever turns around, if it turns around, you start getting a little upturn, and then you start getting a blue wave. Well, that is your sign that okay, number one, the trend seems to have changed. Then you can follow it to see, is it continuing a bit, and then you can take the long side. All right, guys, how about this EYPT? I mean, it did trigger for me, and it's not parabolic or anything. So decent volume just came in. Has obviously got some room. My only issue is now I don't, these little ones. What's the float like? 68 million. These little ones, in theory, don't care as much what the overall market's doing. Okay. Now, certainly large cap stocks more than likely will be following the market. The Microsofts, the Amazons, et cetera, will be following that market. But, an EYPT more than likely will not be. Just give me a moment. I don't like this. I'm in it, but I don't like the spread right now. What I'm talking about, 26.31. I want to see that catch up a little bit to the ask. It was okay. The spread was fine when I got in, but Okay, guys, I'm just waiting on this AYPT to see if I can get into the 30s, in which case I may take some off. It's gone a little bit parabolic now. I'm not look. I mean, this is probably going to turn into a kind of a scalp trade, but we'll just have to see. Just because the market is, I mean, I don't know how much this is going to follow the market. I mean, right now, obviously not at all. That's why it's nice to, if you have a SPY chart or some way to follow the overall market. No questions today after the money machine question earlier. Guess everybody knows everything. Okay, now, Sin, when you say different time frames, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about the reentry? Is that what you meant by a time frame? You're not talking about a chart time frame. You're talking about this reentry as a time frame. Is that what you meant? Just want to make sure I understand what you meant there. At a time frame, entry signal and different time frame. I think that's what you meant, right? You meant like you have the reentry, which is a different time, of course, from the original one. Other thing, make sure you uncheck if you haven't already. Anybody using it, uncheck that profitable trades. You want to see the trades all day long. Look at it this way. Maybe the AI gets into something. I mean, I use it like a watch list. Maybe it gets into something a little early. Maybe it pulls back, so it's actually underneath the alert price. I'm not even talking about a reentry signal. Maybe it comes into a VWAP or something, and you say, you know what, I want to take the trade here. So it's using it like a watch list. What's happening with BTTC other than insanity? Pramod. By the way, Pramod, I think it was you who said you could not post in YouTube, right? You could not post text or something in YouTube. So that happened to somebody else. You have to sign in. I think that might have been your problem. Somebody else had the same issue yesterday, and Pepe and others said you have to sign in to YouTube. If you just want, like, obviously you don't have to sign in if you just want to, listen. But if you want to post, then you have to actually sign in. Most may probably have a YouTube account or something, but you actually have to sign in order to be able to post. So that's probably the reason. And I can't answer that question, Alex, because I'm not using it. Okay, you did try to sign in, it didn't work. Okay, then sorry. I think Nina tried yesterday, and I think it worked for her. So unfortunately, then I cannot help you. Okay, EYPT making a little bit of a move here. Well, that's a good point, Shady. I'm not sure. That's a good point. Wonder if Nina, are you around today, either on YouTube or the main room? Of course, she's in YouTube, and if she didn't do it correctly, she won't be able to say yes. Give me a moment, please. Okay, I know what but I'm seeing 1860, okay? I'm seeing 1860 as a potential open for BKKT. The, well, again, it still says it's an IPO and, but it doesn't make sense that it's an IPO. So, that's Benzinga. As you know, we're getting that news from Benzinga. But regardless of what it is, whether it's an IPO, which I guess it isn't because it wasn't on the IPO calendar, it's doing craziness. And look at the volume. I mean, the volume is not, for a stock to be up 166%. I mean, this is not unbelievable volume, 407,000 shares. But boy, is this will come crashing down at some point. Of course, the whole thing is like when. Most of us do not have shorts available. Now, if you have Center Point or something like that, you probably have shorts available. But oh, I see what you meant. I see what you meant, Shady. Tried or did. So Pramod said I tried to sign in as well. So you don't know if you did sign in. Most people seem to have a you like I don't never have to use it because I've been signed into YouTube forever. But usually have to sign in at some point if you want to do anything. So you probably weren't signed in then, as Shady is saying. I thought you were talking about Nina. Yeah, I mean, it may not be you may not care, except you did seem to care because you wanted to post some stuff. Hey, Jeff Dane Music. So to try to interpret that, so what are you like Danish music, or you from Denmark, Copenhagen? Oh, country. Oh, Jeff Dane. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm the wrong demographic. I'm not a country music. I don't want to say fan. I just don't follow country music. I mean, I know some of the names, of course, but Jeff Dane is not somebody I'm familiar with. Now, if you tell me that you're Jeff Dane, at any rate, welcome back. Yeah, not familiar with that group at all. Okay, guys, let's see what is happening. So my EYPT is still hanging in there. Is the Forever Top in the Forever Top Netflix? Let's take a look. Is the Forever Top in for Netflix? So I guess that is the Forever Top 1267. Let me go to my monthly chart. I guess that's it, right? Or 1347. I guess 1347 is the all-time high. Yeah, I don't know. I know they're going to, they're going to be streaming NFL games and getting involved in sports a lot more. So we'll have to see. I don't know if this year if they've got an NFL game. but I know that they're going to be doing more like like a lot of the streaming services. If you're Canadian like I am, I mean, it's interesting because for you guys to watch virtually every NFL game, you'd probably have to subscribe to Paramount. Say all major league sports. Apple has some major league games. YouTube has got games. Prime's got games. You got to subscribe. Whereas in Canada, we've got one service that will cover them all, just part of your basically your basic cable package. I don't know how they do it. It's just one of our sports packages, Sportsnet. So we don't. I don't. So I don't have to subscribe to all the. They're available. All those streaming services are available in Canada, but I don't. I don't have to subscribe to them all, which is nice. All right, AYPT giving me more. All right. Okay. BTTC halted again. Unbelievable. Yeah. 2060. What I'd be looking at if I had shorts available, this is what I'd be looking at. The first time we start to see, there's the halt price 2060 and the potential open. If I saw that the potential open is going to be down below the halt price, that could be the sign that it's going to finally give it up a lot. But right now, no. I mean, it's still potential open is still above the halt price. It's all about the money, though, Shady. All the money that these streaming services are tossing at them. But I hope you're right. Again, it doesn't affect me in Canada. Yeah. Well, I'm not. Well, okay. Let me. Yes, I mean anything that is streaming, say for you guys on. I'm just going to pick some Paramount or Prime or what are some of the others? YouTube game. Yeah, it's on what we call Sportsnet. So I don't have to subscribe to all those 100%. Believe me, Shady, 100%. Like the Thursday games, you'll see them. I don't know what the Thursday games are on, but 100%. I get them on on Sportsnet in Canada, which is just like kind of like your ESPN. Now we're not talking. I'm not talking about the NFL package on. Okay, and we're getting really off the beaten path here. Okay, I'm not talking about the NFL package on Sunday where you have to subscribe, say, to the NFL package to get every single game. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the games that you guys can only watch on a streaming service. Okay, but being in again, getting way off the beaten path here, but being in Vancouver, there's a what I can do is get the Eastern time zones also as part of my package. So the networks. So I get a lot of the NFL games. I get all the Eastern, like most. I probably get just on a basic, almost like a basic package, without having to go to the NFL package. I probably get 80% of the games because I've got my Western feed and the Eastern feed. Anyway, okay, so Amazon Prime, so definitely get it. Don't have. I mean, I have Prime, but I can get it on my Sportsnet package. Definitely, 100%. All right, guys. Okay, so you're talking about that red line, yeah, okay, yeah. So in the past, it only came from you, clicking on a multi-strategy window, you're right. But as far as I know now, am I right, Pepe, that it does now work in an alert window as long as the stock is making a new high? Yes, okay. So as long so you can so it will generate, not degenerate. You'll see it even on a in an alert window also. But you must be on, I'm going to assume, the alpha version of Trade Ideas, okay, the alpha download, which is it's not any different from the other downloads, other than the fact that if you're a premium subscriber, you can get access to the money machine in simulation mode. So you have to be on the alpha download. That's correct, right, Pepe? You have to be on the alpha download. Okay, so that makes sense, Ty. So if you go to our homepage, yeah, it has to be a new high of the day. Okay, because what it's looking at then, it's saying, okay, you're at a new high today. Then it's looking left to see where the next high is on a daily chart. That's what that red line is. And then, of course, underneath, if it's a red line, or is it a red line? A support, you'll see an S. And it has to be, you're right. It has to be the current alert. So if you have your alert window and you're clicking on, symbols that are in your alert window from before, that won't work. It has to be the last, you click on the last alert immediately. I mean, remember, all it is the next high looking left. I mean, whether that is true support or, I mean, I do use it like that. Yeah, you're right. TSHA is making another move up. Again, be aware of the 480 mark. I think that was the high, and then the 5. So let's see the nonsense of BTTC. So here we go, 23. So Jethro is saying that the price to short in Trade Zero, and I'm sure Centerpoint and Cobra, those are the ones that really specialize in having shorts for virtually anything. So Jethro in our YouTube room is saying that costs $1.50 a share for shorts for this one. Now, if it moves $10, it won't matter. But yeah, $1.50 a share. Well, guys, it ain't no BTTC, but I'll take an EYPT. I'll take several of those a day for sure. I should show you where I got it. The only problem is I have a custom formula in it. Ooh, another good one. If you were in the room yesterday, you may have heard me say that I have a scan called the small cap breakout. Let me explain that because that's where I'm finding some of these. Okay, there's where I found the EYPT. Also, Fly would have worked out very well. It's a dollar from there. It's the only alert window that I've got. And this is what it does. Basically, it restricts the gap. Okay. So instead of seeing stocks that have gapped at the open, 10, 15%, it restricts it to a 2% max. Now, it could move afterwards, of course, but the gap when you get the alert, the gap is not excessive. Still has to be trading somewhat abnormally, like 2 times normal and with, enough volume. But you can see right there's the EYPT at 1304. Okay, I didn't get in quite there, but yeah, so I can share it with you. The one thing that I added though was that the gap has to be at least a dollar. So when I get the alert, I have to be able the gap that on the daily chart has to be at least a dollar away from the alert. And that's a custom formula. But I can give you the start of it. The problem is that custom formulas are not transferable. Oh, this is okay. That I have to give you that one. Okay. So sorry, just give me a moment. Now, there's probably a sound alert, on it. Okay, there's probably a sound alert on it. You're going to probably hear a little pop. Let me see. Oops. Remember, this is mine. So yeah, so you're going to hear a little pop, pop, pop. Okay. All you have to do if you don't want to hear it, just uncheck the play sound. Okay. But here it is. So you can see the difference right now. Without that gap. So I'll take a look at ARX. I can't tell where the next low is. Yeah, you see here, I have an alert at 44.67, right? And when I look left, the next low is within a dollar away. It will not show up here as an example. Well, it's not on the homepage. I just put the link in. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not put the link in. So give me a moment, okay? Thought I did. Share. Okay. Here. There it is. Okay, there's a link for it. Put it in the YouTube room too, for those of you watching. So what it does is it basically restricts the gap to something that's less than 2%. So you're not going to see the stocks that have ripped, but they could just be getting started. And they're still trading, at least double normal. Let's take a look at my at least double, okay, what it normally would be trading up to the time of day. Okay? And you can change the price range if you want. If you know how to create a custom formula, you guys, people out there, then I can show you what the custom formula I am using to make sure the gap is at least a dollar before I see it. The gap, when I say the gap, the next high or low looking left, okay? That's what I mean. Oh, shady. They pay for the rights, Shady, okay, but never mind, I don't wanna get into it. It's not stealing it, okay? The signals are not being stolen. The cable providers in Canada pay for the right to broadcast the games. Yeah, but you said the US consumer is getting taken advantage of. How is that? You're acting like we're stealing the signals and not paying for them, but why is the US consumer Oh, I see. You mean like why Oh, okay. I apologize. So you're saying, like, why in Canada can we get it? I don't know. I have no idea. But you guys have to pay for all the streaming services. But they pay for it. Don't get they pay for it. They get way off track. I mean, there used to be a huge business in Canada of years and years and years ago. I mean, I'm talking years ago, 20 years ago of, yeah, cable operators in small towns setting up dishes to steal the American, like the WGNs, the TBSs, all the super stations. And then that got cracked down. All right, guys, let's take a look at how's RGTI doing. I mean, let's go way back. I remember when pay service. I'm sure you guys must have done the same thing when the pay services first started. Like, um, what were they called? I guess it was box office, HBO, and those services. Canada was called, Super Channel, whatever. But you could find a way because those are the early days, and of course, you had a set-top box, and the it was scrambled. But genius people, you could figure out a way to actually override the scrambling. Like I can literally remember having, I want to say I had some tin foil. I mean, I'm not kidding. Tin foil to somehow steal the signal. This is years and years and years ago. Pay TV, that's what I'm really talking about. And then the cable companies, they found a way to change, like to scramble the signal every second. Okay, so that even if you had the code before you had the code, you could have it forever almost. And then they found a way to scramble it every second. But then the geniuses came up with a way for a black box that was sold on the market. Man, it was wild in those days. Anyway, EPSM is that? Yeah, I sort of remember that one also, Dwayne, being blocked on. Yeah, because I remember I tried to trade it, I think, in this day here. Not that I would have got it and held on to 150. I sort of remember that. So another one that ESPN, that Interactive Brokers is blocking from trading. Well, that's why, it's because if you're not used to trade ideas, you can put a sound alert, okay? A sound alert on your alert windows, on your price alert window, um, on the AI, okay? If you have the AI, you can put a sound. So those are sound alerts. So if you want to get rid of it, you can right click and then go to properties, okay? See all these boxes that are popping up and you see where it says actions, uncheck it. Okay, just uncheck it and then say okay. The idea of the price alert, of course, is to, well, alert you to the fact that something has come into your alert window. So the idea then, if you have several alert windows and you put a sound alert on each different one on each one, and when you hear the sound, you know which one to look at. So that's why. Okay. The ones that I'm sharing on my homepage, I put them on my homepage without sound alerts. But this is just one that, I'm just sharing it now. If I put it on my homepage, I would make sure it was out without that sound alert. I don't mind though, because I want to hear it. I do want to hear it. This is very active today. Yesterday was not nearly as active. So Rittman, I'm assuming you know how to create a price alert. So give me a moment. Just give me one moment, okay? I've just got to find it. Okay, here's my formula editor, okay? Again, guys, if you're new to Trade Ideas, don't worry about what you're seeing here. This is hardly any of our customers use the formula editor. So I would call it like a really advanced topic, but this is, where is it? Just got to find distance to the next high low. Okay, this is the formula to use. Okay, that's where are you, Rittman? So there's the formula to use, and I'm assuming you know how to create it, how to put it in the source box, save it, give it a name, and then you can add it. And what I did was I said I put 1 in the min box. That means so when you get the alert, the next high looking left, if you're going long, will have to be at least $1 away. And the next, if you're going short, the next low looking left has to be at least $1 away. Okay. Yeah, future, but we've been calling it future for quite a while, Pramod. Okay. But yeah, in terms of getting alerts, no, 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 no. It doesn't have to be U28. It's yours. That happens to be mine. That's why it's not, that's why it's, I can't share it. If people have, say, a U28 out there, then it'll overwrite theirs. But if you know how to create, no, that just happens to be mine. So if you create a new, you'll create your new custom alert, and whatever that U is, that'll be yours. So again, I really like it because when I didn't have it up, what was happening? I was getting all these alerts all day long, and I'd look left, and the next high would be very very close. So I mean, look at our RLI as an example. I mean, the next high is 65 whatever, and obviously way over $1 away. Now the other thing is, I mean, $1 away on a $10 stock, at least $1 away on a $10 stock is going to be different from say a $62 stock in terms of the percentage. But that's another something you can always adjust. So for instance, if you wanted to create, I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind seeing something that's $1 away on a $60 stock at least. because a lot of times it'll be more than that. Remember, it's a minimum of $1 away. But for instance, you could use it if a person wanted to use it, for stocks under $10, between $1 and $10, then you could say maybe the minimum away, the next high could be, say, 50 cents, as an example. Yeah, it's sort of the same in Vancouver, Monica. The condo market, yeah. Well, Sarepta's been pretty strong for the last week and a half, William. Yeah, I remember looking. I mean, for the last week and a half, or week, really. It's been, now today is a giant day, but it's been moving since the 26th. Wow, what a fast morning for me so far, guys. And okay, guys, it just actually won't be Steve in our YouTube room. It'll be Andy. Andy was in on Tuesday, I think. So Andy is running the money machine. So you guys have money machine questions. Andy from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room at noon. So about half an hour from now. Okay. Steve is tied up. So Steve will probably be in tomorrow. Yeah, I don't see any news on it either. Now, was there news on it maybe a couple of days ago that it's just now kind of continuation? I can't quite tell that. Maybe, William. Yeah. Normally you see that though in the release, isn't it? Like they usually a general release saying, yeah, this company drug is failing, which is Therefore, keep an eye on Sarepta or like a rival company. But that's probably the reason. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kick back now. I'm out of everything right now, and just going to kick back. What time is it now? 11:30. So have about half an hour before I take my break. Any questions? Good time to ask. Oh, I even see UIPT showed up here. Well, yeah, let's take a look at Sarepta. What William is saying. Well, okay, 2 days ago, it certainly closed near the high. Yesterday, though, let's see, $20, and it closed down here at 1930. So, I mean, it's a bit of a pullback, I suppose. No, we don't get free college, but it's certainly cheaper than in your country for good colleges, universities, as I call them. FLD. Let's take a look at FLD. Got some has some room here, guys. FLD, Ford. We've seen this one in the past. I think wasn't this one of those altcoin plays a few weeks ago? I think. By the way, how's our friend BTTC doing? Ah, okay. Now you see. So I think this got halted on the way down, right? It got up to what 30 odd, and then it pulled that. So it got halted on the way down. So now look at the potential open now. So that's what I was saying. If you had shorts available, now the problem would be, of course, if it opens down here at 19 from 28, you'd love to see it open maybe 25 or something, but not a complete collapse if you want to short it, if you have shorts available, because you're already giving up a huge amount. Though it could obviously continue down more, but I mean, look at the volume. I mean, 897,000 shares. I mean, for it to be up 383% is crazy. And of course, it was up more percentage wise when it was at 34. Oh man, how ugly did this get? No glory in this one. Mason Glory, MSGY. How what happened on this one? I don't see any news on it. Is this a China? Is that one of these China stocks? Scott, look at that. Okay. Somebody should make a list of these. Another China stock, fairly expensive. No inkling this was going to happen, even in the pre-market. Look at this. Okay. And then boom, slammed down. Slammed down. We've seen this is what, maybe the 6 to 10 that we've seen like this, China stocks that have had a nice little run up, no real sign that anything was amiss. Then boom, one day, and today's the day. That's why I would be very reluctant, even on an intraday trade, to trade any of these intraday. These meaning a higher priced China stock, because we've seen this now, I would say at least 6 times. Yeah, TSHA. Okay, well, it's at the pre-market high again. Let's see if it takes out 5. I'm not in it anymore, but let's see if it takes out 5. Well, so you are going to take it if it gets over 322. Is that right, William? Because right now it looks like it's gonna open underneath, but is that what you mean? Or are you already long? You can't be long, right? Oh, you're already long, okay. You must have got in just before the halt or okay, well, let's hope that it doesn't, open below 3 for you, and let's hope it opens today. I'm not trying to be doom and gloom, but GMMM, though, did not. I'm talking about the cat. I mean, GMMM obviously did. Where is it? Was it gone? Oh, is it gone? Thought I saw it trading yesterday. Or has it changed symbols? Anybody know? Or is it one of those ones that the SEC said they were gonna delist or something? I maybe somebody can help on this one. Was it not trading yesterday? I could have sworn or a couple of days ago. There's no country market. Well, there's a country market in the single stock window. Okay, Iceman. So if I go to when we were just talking about MSGY, okay, there we have the flag beside. If you have the single stock window, we have the flag beside it. So there's the Hong Kong flag. Okay, China. So it's not on the chart, but it's in the single stock window that I have up and running all the time. I agree. It would be nice to have it on the chart, but they got so much going on up here that I think they would say, I think it's a good idea to have the single stock window. Now, just give me a moment here. Make sure it's not here. No. Oh, well, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Okay. It is here, but you have to be using the, if you right click, you have to be using the browser interface charts. Okay. So I didn't even notice it was up here. So it is on the chart as long as you're using the browser interface. So right click and use browser interface. Okay. Now, if you don't want all of this other information though, which I don't want all of this, yeah, you may want it, but if you don't want it, then you just have to click. You see the little up arrows? Hopefully you can see what I'm talking about. Just click on them and they'll disappear. Here are the two down arrows that get them up and running. So yeah, I didn't even know that. Now the browser interface, if you want to be using TradeWave, you've got to be using the browser interface charts. The only reason I don't use it here is because I like to be able to hover over the candle, the bar, and see all this information at the top here without having to left click a couple of times and get this box popping up. I'd rather have the information up there. So that's why I don't use it over here, if that makes sense. I mean, I suppose that if they allowed you to customize this, because this is what I want to see in my single stock window. I mean, it would take up a lot of room, but even if it did, I could get rid of this. But taking up a lot of room, but then I'm freeing up this, and I could have my chart bigger. But I have a feeling they're never going to do that. Now, Intel had a big day yesterday, as I recall, and it closed near the high. Had some news. Oh, I see. So now we got the naysayer coming in here, Bernstein, excuse me, somewhat skeptical on the rumors that Intel will add AMD as a foundry customer. That was the, well, I guess we'll call it a rumor that was going to happen yesterday. And this guy is sort of throwing some cold water on it. You'd have to also, though, adjust for inflation, JTB. I know what you're talking about, under $1,000 and now 7,200, but you would have to adjust for inflation though too, and to get the true comparison. All right, guys. Well, this could be interesting. TPG, you're sitting right on the 200-day moving average. I'm getting a short alert on it, and obviously that is the next low looking left, 53.76. So not quite a couple of dollars away. I'm not going to do anything though, because I mean I'm going to be taking my break soon. And I think I'm going to be not going to be sitting at my desk for the whole time. So I don't want to be in a trade if I can't sit at my desk. But you can see how that works right there. Okay, 55.58, and it looks left, and it sees that next low, which is over $1 away from it. And the gap obviously is very small, but it's starting to give it up a bit in terms of from yesterday's close. 51 cents now below. Now, MSGY just opened, and I hope it opened for okay, William. So it opened at 320, so it didn't crash underneath 3. And let's see what's that. Ooh, I'd be getting out of it. I probably would have got out of it right at that 320 where you got it, but of course that's up to you. Okay, ask ChatGPT what the percentage increase has been from when it say, I don't know. If you're talking $1,000 a year, you've got to be talking mid 70s, maybe early 80s, right? Maybe mid 70s. So what has happened from then to now in terms of inflation? It was TPG. Ryan, okay. Now, I understand. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying that, but you can see the key area right there. You can see how it's sitting on the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 55.75. So it's sitting right on it. That blue line right there. But if it can take it out and but that might act as support, right? I mean, it could act, coming into support on that 200 day. Could. All right, here's another one coming in. This is very active today. It was not nowhere nearly as active as yesterday, especially when I added the potential gap. So CELC. So again, look at this. I mean, there it is. Okay, $50 is the next high looking left, and it has not run away yet. It's only up 2%. That's what it's trying to find. Stocks that have not run away yet, but are still trading at least double what it would normally trade at this time of day, and that's CELC. Yeah, I mean, I'd be really looking at this one if it's over the whole number. All right, so I mean, so 7,200 seems terrible, but compared to the thousand, but okay, 4,850. So it's not horrific, I guess. All right, guys, 11:48. So now TSHA still challenging the 5 level now over the pre-market high. This could turn into a nice little watch list. Not necessarily having to go in the direction. Probably have too many in it, but so now when you apply 1,600, what was 1,600 back then? It's getting closer, isn't it? Sorry, YouTubers. I'm talking to people in the main room. Okay, guys, 11:50. So in about 10 minutes, Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. In about 5 minutes, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room. So you can head over and listen to Andy. Andy will probably have the money machine up and running. Okay. So you guys have questions about the money machine? He's probably be able to help you. Okay. Wow, BTTC, it did not have the utter collapse, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. It hasn't opened yet. Excuse me. It has not opened yet. So this is going to be longer than a 5 minute halt. I don't see the halt. So it's going to be longer. This could be halted for a while now. Okay, guys. So if you have any questions before I take my break of about an hour, good time to ask. So the markets, okay. So the SPY is down a little, the Qs are up just a little, and Dow is down a little. So really, I mean, the market has, from the highs in the pre-market certainly has been drifting down. This is a SPY chart anyway, has been drifting down. Breakfast. I have my little bowl of cereal, William. Fill it with some blueberries and cold. Cereal from a local provider. He has a guy I used to golf with a long time ago. Great little business he's got. Well, it's close, I guess. Cereal. I'm an Android guy, so I don't have any Apple products. Okay, guys, 11:54. So I'll put the YouTube link in, and so you guys can head over. Not yet, not yet. Give it about 5 minutes. I mean, you can head over to YouTube now. I mean, it's the same stream. So there's the link to get into YouTube. Okay, when I take my break in about 5 minutes, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. I'll put the announcement up. I'm not gone yet, of course, but I'll put the announcement up so I don't forget. Actually, I'll wait. Well, my scanner, my earnings scanner, only two, Angio and VFS. Surprised. Yesterday there were a lot more. Fluence is certainly an active stock, guys. It's FLNC, very active stock. Big day yesterday, and it closed near the high. That's the nice thing. It closed near, if you were trading this yesterday. I mean, Fluence got up to what, 1350, and it closed right here. So it closed right near the high of the day. That's what you want to see. Had a nice continuation at the beginning of the day, but now starting to drift down, and the next low looking left. Wow, $11. Call it $11. So it's got almost $2. Sorry, yeah, almost $2 to that next low. Yeah, I mean, this would be following the wave down. Yeah, it could be an interesting short, guys, for the FLNC. That did not show up on the small gap breakdown. You can see it's already down 5%, but it showed up in here. Oh no, right here. Large cap losers. Now, it's not a huge market cap, but 64 times 12 is over 500 million. So and remember, that's just the float. Remember, the market cap is shares outstanding times the current price. So okay, guys, I'm going to put the my announcement in now. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room, and then I'll take off. All right, guys. Well, so BTTC just resumed. So resumed around 2374. Oh, Andy, you're there already. Okay, just give me a moment, Andy. Okay, guys. So Andy is a little early. It's 11:58 according to my clock. And so I'll put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can introduce Mr. Andy Lindloff.
Hey, Barry.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Very good. I had an awesome short on FRMI to start. Not as awesome as it could have been. It's an IPO from yesterday, and
Oh, I think I know.
FRMI,
Yeah. Let me.
and it because I guess it's a more expensive one. Interactive Brokers had shorts available immediately.
wow.
Then like the next day, so there were about 700,000 shares available. No, I didn't take them all, but
No.
yeah. So so it turned out to be a really, really nice short for me.
Nice.
And
Nice.
yeah.
That's it. I think that's isn't that like a Nuke Energy or something like that? Let me see.
Now, are you thinking of NB?
No, it seems like I saw somewhere on Twitter today. This is
Oh yeah,
one of
yeah.
those.
FR. Well, let's take a look what
Yeah,
it's
one of
actually
those.
called. FRMI. It's called well, Fermi. So if it's Enrico, as in Enrico Fermi, if you know any history at all. So yeah, energy.
Yep.
Develop an energy and data center development campus to support the needs of to be built AI infrastructure. So that's their business. And I think
Yeah.
there's some big guys behind it. You know, the Morgan Stanleys and the JP Morgans and Goldman. I think there's some big guys behind this one.
Okay. Maybe
So
one to keep an eye on in the next few days, huh?
yeah, because it IPO'd. I can't remember if the IPO was priced at 20 or 23, but you know, it got up to 37 in the pre-market. So obviously a lot of enthusiasm about it right now.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
But
All
yeah, I
right.
was able to take advantage of a nice short on that one. So that made my day. So in the old days, I'd be back to bed. So
I
these
hear
are the
you,
new
man.
days where I got to stick
Well,
around.
you can go take a nap anyway. Get back in bed. Yeah.
I could. Now, Andy, we'll be discussing the money machine this hour, right, Andy? David, David.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Don't let them down.
I'll take questions. We can definitely fire it up. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was dragging I need a new computer, Barry. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, mine's about 5 years old, and I noticed it was taxing it a little bit today when I had it on. But
Now,
we'll.
Andy,
Hmm.
Andy, you know what I did with my computer?
I
It
do.
was all
I
about
do.
thermal paste. So before you do it, I mean, my computer is older than yours,
Hmm.
and you can't hear a thing anymore. I
Yeah.
mean, listen,
Well,
in
no,
fact.
I don't really hear anything, but yeah, and typically it's not a problem. I just need some more RAM. It's
Oh, I see. Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
it's not
I just need
just
a whole.
okay. So it's not
Yeah.
that your fan is going crazy. It's just
No, no, not at all. It's just,
oh,
and
okay,
really, it's only trade ideas. This recent version, when
okay,
it's not bad, but I did notice this morning. Yeah, it was a
okay.
little bit slow. So,
I'll let you get to it anyway. I'm
all
sure
right,
people are
buddy.
just
Yeah, enjoy
eager for
your
you to
hour, buddy.
display whatever. Okay,
All
thanks.
right, take care. Bye bye. Hey, Three Sharp, how are you? And David, I am not as up to date as like Chris Varley, and probably even Steve. But I'll do my best. I probably, I won't be just going through it. So if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer it. I'm still kind of a work in progress, like a lot of you guys are. And Chris is really good about digging in and understanding it rather quickly. So, but like I said, I'll do my best. Yeah, yeah, sound. Thank you, Three Sharp. Yeah, that was a good one. I just have a little bit left. I did buy it yesterday, and I got a little bit left, but I wished I'd held more. But I came into today thinking, especially with Tesla, I wanted to see how they reacted to numbers, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to be in scalping mode, and anytime the market's at all-time highs, you're going to find me quick to take scalps. Speaking of which, Tesla looks like it may be trying to bounce here. We dig in. Did not quite make it to the 10 period moving average, but nor the 5 day. Nice Three Sharp. Good trade. Good trade. Trying to think real quickly. And once again, David, if you have any, I'll definitely be, firing it up here in a little bit to see if it works better. But if you have any questions, just shoot away and I'll do my best to answer them. Yeah, Tesla may have bottomed. You're right there, Trader 77. I sold a little more. I sold a little more this morning. Real quickly, yeah, I'm surprised Big Bear hasn't really done anything today. It doesn't mean that it can't, but boy, after that mood that sound had, you think this would have had a little better pop, but it really hasn't. I'll quickly go over mine. You guys know I've been trading this word a lot. It's definitely one that is trying to find a bottom and has been for a while. And I thought maybe we'd get the breakout last about 2 weeks ago, but it kept running into its 200 and backing off. May have another shot there. So this is one that I feel pretty good about the long term prospects for this one, but uh, Yeah, it's definitely been tricky. That's for sure. You gotta take scalps, and I always try to stay in some. That's what I'm when I core position trade, because you never know when you're gonna get a move. AI just bought today because it was a kind of a critical number there at 81. But just looking for a scalp in that one. Amazon. I, I think if this thing can pop, through this level right here, it could have a nice pop to it. Gets back above that 10 period moving average. But who knows? Just going through mine. VINV is one. I should not probably be in this, and it's an ugly looking chart, but it's a China play. And with China going, I'm also in QFIN at I'm back over here somewhere. But anyway, I think these, boy, if they could get above, and you can look at this when you see like a head and shoulders here, potentially upside down head and shoulders. I don't recommend, trying to, bottom fish, but sometimes if you can hit it, you can really pay. But this definitely has some work to do. Nike is one I'm in from yesterday on earnings. Kind of disappointed. I did scalp out some this morning, but seeing propeller wicks right now in this thing, so I don't know how it's going to resolve itself. But thought the earnings were pretty good. But Path is just one I keep trying to catch a bounce, an oversold bounce in this, but it doesn't want to happen. So I may be giving up here soon. Thought it would fill that gap. Maybe it wants the whole gap fill back to the price there on that one. SMCI is one from yesterday. Had one of my better trades from yesterday. And SMR is such a frustrating stock. You see the move that Oklo had today. This thing just, boy, just can't. I know it's in a downtrend and under pressure, but boy, you think it at least can pop up to the 50 period moving average with the move that Oklo had today. Time is one that I just bought on the gap fill right here. You can see it. Tesla I've been in for a long time, and WRD, I talked about that one. Looks like it may have another move. All right, let me get to the questions. David says, I would like to hear your take. What settings could keep open positions in money machine only with high volume? When volume falls off, positions close automatically. Yeah, unfortunately, David, you're not going to be able to have. We don't have a filter for showing decreasing, volume, uh, and we definitely don't have the logic for that. Can look at you can look at volume in the 5 minute, 15 minute, and things like that, and kind of track it, on a scan. But as far as having the logic when the volume starts to die down to exit a trade, that's not part of the logic at all. And I'm still kind of, thinking outside the box, and working on some scans. Nothing that I want to present at this time. I think uh, a lot of the strong stocks pulling back, and those work okay. But I'm just digging around for something better, and so I need to tweak some filters and some scans, because I think some type of reversion to the main strategy could be implemented with this money machine. Uh, So yeah, just trying to think outside the box and not just trying to build, a scan that everybody else is trying to build, where you're looking for strong stocks that are pulling back, that are setting up again. Because uh, a lot of times you get that move, in a majority of the stocks in the first 30, 45 minutes of the day, and then they become just kind of sloppy. And I'm seeing that a lot of the entries on the ones we currently have in there. COUR. Yeah, yeah, that one didn't work. I guess it was probably over here somewhere. Not all of them are gonna work, that's for sure. I would definitely say, from the ones that have worked lately, definitely outperforming the ones that have not, for sure. I just wish I could have taken a lot of them. Yep. You just got to be disciplined, and when they don't work, you follow, use your stop and get out. I'm not sure where the stop was in that one. Yeah, there's been a couple of traders here. David, I've been doing a lot of biz dev lately with working with TradeStation, and I've just been busy with a lot of stuff. I have a lot of clients that I have to work with, so I don't get to dive in, as much as some of the others. But uh, I have definitely seen some blotters. The key is, David, is when to turn these on and when to not turn them on. If you have a bullish strategy and the market opens up, like today, for example, Q's opened up high and we've been kind of trending down. That doesn't mean you can't have, there's definitely some stocks moving out there, but uh, it's just it's just when to, like I said, when to turn them on and when not to turn them on, and that's going to be the key. I bet you yesterday I didn't, but I bet you yesterday there was some really good, strategies that would have worked, because you had a market that kind of gapped down a little bit and was strong pretty much all day. Not the case today. That doesn't mean. I mean, and think. I don't know if are you trying any fading strategies? Think outside the box instead of, chasing momentum. Maybe try some fading strategies. And that's something that's kind of what my reversion to the main thing that I'm working on. Uh, and let's just fire it up and see, just so we can see the ideas that may be coming through. Let me check my position real quick. Yeah, I think they're all okay. All right, so we're gonna go to Money Machine and we're gonna take a look at reversion to the mean. And I need to tweak this because I have a filter in there that is looking for. All right, this is looking for stocks that are down more than 5%, on the day, but they're above their 50 period moving average. Okay, so these are stocks that have been performing well over the last 50 days at least. Uh, Shares got to be doing at least 200,000 shares. Average daily volume has to be 500,000 over the last 5 days. And I got spread in here of 3 pennies. All right. So let's see. Let's just fire it up and see if what comes through, so we can get an idea of maybe how you can kind of think outside the box in this stuff. And we'll fire it up right now. I don't know where that's from. That may have been. Sometimes I forget to close these out. All right, so let's see what we're looking here. Let's take a look at this ASM. Okay, here's a great example. Okay, you have a stock that's a strong stock right now, right? It's sold off. Oh, I forgot to show you a. It has to be like in the upper part of its 30-minute range. Okay, and this is one I may come in to tweak and require for it to be above the 10-period moving average. Okay, that's on the 15-minute chart. I've noticed that, but you can see what I'm talking about here. The stock that has been strong, sold off all day. Now it's digging in and getting a bounce. HYMC, there you have it. A stock well above its 50 and sold off down 7%, and now it's trying to get a bounce. And you're going to have access once we get all these worked out, maybe in the next build, we're going to give you guys access to a lot of these ones we're using, where you can kind of, you know, play around, toy around with the different strategies that will be available for you. And NG, I don't know about that one, but SKE, there you have it. Above its 50-period moving average. Now, and not only that, it came down to a level of support there. May still want the 50, but look how it's digging in and potentially, on the move. And I can go ahead and share this. Let me fix it the way I have it in here so you guys can plug it in since we don't have these pre-built into the No, no. Well, why would it be pointless, David, for you to develop from scratch? That's the whole idea for you guys to play around and put together some strategies and try to you know, yeah, develop. Please develop, man. You may find the golden goose. Golden, yeah. All right, so let me configure this, and I think I probably need pennies spread in this one of 3 pennies. I think everything else is correct. And you can see the position in 30-minute range, it has to be above halfway mark of its 30-minute range. Now I have it sorted by position in 30-minute range with the biggest on top. So you're going to get those ones that are in the upper part of their uh well, no, David, that's why for y'all that don't feel comfortable and not good at it, we're going to have a lot of pre-built scans in there for you. It's just right now, since the traders really only got this about a week ago, we're still, banging around on it. So let me drop this in there and let me save and share. And you can plug it in and start playing around with it. Maybe you can tweak some filters that'll actually make it work better. But we'll give you an idea, of how sometimes you can think, outside the box. And I like I said, I'm probably going to do some more tweaking with this one. But all right, we'll let this run. So far, so good. Got some green in there. TSLY. Did we look at that? Now, what I could do is show, maybe on something like this, because really I would want to keep my stops pretty tight. Yeah. So something like this, yeah, I'm not looking for this thing to drop. So maybe you got this gap fill right here. So maybe I would, lift this up and just put it maybe right below that gap fill. And honestly, when you're playing these reversion to the means, if they're not going to bounce, I would probably even tighten these up quite a bit, because they're either going to bounce or they're not. So you could even take it and maybe throw it in. If it breaks through lows, I want out. Oh, you're welcome, Trendline Surfer. I mean, it's and like I said, we're gonna have some strategies in there for you, and we don't, like I said, we're still fine tuning, all we can over here, but just taking something like that and just taking that's totally outside the box thinking, and it's something that you may take and say, well, wait a minute, if maybe if I tweak this a little bit right here, and you can add some other filters and whatever, but you don't want to add too much. You may not get anything coming through. Oh, that's the one. I gotta close that one. I don't know where that came from. All right, we'll let we'll let it run, see how it does. I mean, but like I said, there's some times in the market when you get up here at all time highs, and things get a little people get a little bit nervous, and it's just tough. What you would like to see is a market that would pull back and take a deep breath maybe. And then what you'll find is stocks that are setting up, and you'll have a little more momentum when they run. When you get at all-time highs like this, it gets a little. Okay, let's see what's going on over here real quick. Let me check my blotter. See, at Amazon Go, it's trying. Cut these off real quick. Wow. Yeah, if it can push through that level. All right, Path. I'm just about done with you. You're just gonna just continue to remain oversold. I'm gonna work on some fading strategy to the short side. I mean, I because uh, well, you could do both sides, but I really believe fading strategy, and I haven't really spent time. That reversion to the mean is more of a just trying to play a bounce, whereas a fading, strategy where you're fading some momentum and or price movement, but may not have a lot of volume behind it. I can and long side as well. Sell off in the morning that has a lot of, doesn't have a lot of volume about it. A strong stock that maybe you can pick that up. I'm sorry, Mighty Mouse. Let me look. I missed it. Any advice on staying in swing trades? Sometimes I go red a couple of days and then I sell, yeah. Well, Money Mouse said, yeah, that's always a tough one. I think what it is, and I'm kind of the same way because I like to keep my stops tight. I'm not one that I typically don't like to use like a 3% stop, and sometimes it happens to me. But keep in mind that you can always, get back in. Uh, I think you might want to work on your setups. That's see my style. These setups. I look at a stock that is setting up, and I know what it should do out of that setup, or what I think it should do. And when they don't do what I think they should do, I'm pretty quick to get out. Uh, Trying to think of an example uh, today. Well, let's take BBY, Big Bear, for example, BBAI. I mean, this one it was setting up. You had sound going. I bought it at '07 this morning right here. And I told myself, this thing should pop up. It's above its 10 period moving average. Now, I'm not jumping in this, you know, saying to myself, well, I'll give it below 6 down here because I don't want to do that because I know what this thing should do with this setup, in uh, out of this out of this setup. It should go higher, and when they don't work, I get out pretty quick. So it all depends, but that's me. I knew a trader who would give himself like 10% stops. He was looking at jumping in something and holding it for years. That's just not my style. I'm more of a shorter time frame. I like to uh, stalk the setups, and then there you go, Amazon. Hey, look at that R resistance line right there. That's what we need to get above. Money Mouse, what when you're swing trading, what percentage are you using a percentage, or are you using a place technical to get out? What kind of stops are you using? Okay, so usually a candle close under my entry because so you're referring to the same candle that you entered it in when you say, if you could give me an example like of a most recent trade and tell me where you entered and where your stop was and how you got stopped out, that would be a huge help. I think I could probably. Yeah, dig one up for me. Hopefully, the most recent, the better. There's a lot of resistance up here on this Amazon. Not only do you got the 10 period moving average, and you got one, two, three, four candles now. We're trying to get through. If it does, it could, you know, have a quick move to this 224 level. Enter Disney on September 29th. Okay. And so where would your stop be? I can see that entry, and I can see why you may have taken it. Now, if we zoom out, you can see obviously, even though it's and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't. This is my kind of. I'll take chances on stocks like this all the time. You're kind of breaking out of a 7-day high, but at the back of my mind, I'm telling myself this is still in a downtrend. If you look, if I drew a trend line right here to here, didn't even get up to it. It stayed right here. So when you say you entered it, would your stop be in this candle, the low of this candle, or the low of the prior day's candle? Either one, that was a good out, honestly, because this is in a downtrend and there's a great chance it was going to lower the prior day's candle. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, where you're wrong is this one hasn't bounced back and is positive now. This actually went a lot lower than where you got out, so uh, it's hard to say. Now, honestly, it's very tempting, to like bottom fish, and I don't do it a whole. And I usually, if I do it, like in this Finviz, this FINV Finvolution, I usually have some sort of logic behind it. Same thing goes with QFIN. And that's just because these have been beaten up. The China markets have been so strong, and LU has had an incredible move lately. So I think there's kind of some logic when I get it. It's not technical, obviously, because those are some both ugly looking charts, but I will be out really quick. Now, where that is, I don't know. Probably if it goes to the lows of the day, all right, because or at least I'd probably give it to like 40, 46 or something like that. So, but what I would think about doing, Mighty Mouse, is start, and finding these stocks. Do you have my homework? Because these stocks are going to be setting up really pretty. And I'm going to show you the difference between, Disney and uh okay, good. I'm going to show you this, and you'll see a lot of these, probably all of them are going to be above their, moving averages, at least the 50 uh EDU. You can see, look how they're all above the moving averages here. This one is setting up for a potential move. I would focus on, trying to find setups that are bullish. Okay. And when I say bullish, at least over the last 50 days, they're above the 50 period moving average. I don't always do that, but you're going to find, probably a majority of mine are going to be, are the ones that I get aggressive on, I should say. So you're going to find what's Peloton doing in here. All these stocks are going to be, showing could be moving from the lower left to the upper right. So they're going to be, for the most part, they're going to be strongs. Now, I tell you, be honest with you, with the market at all-time highs, I'm not liking a lot of the, setups in here, but I'm still getting them. There's that QUBT. See, here's one that is sold off, but now it's popping back above its 50. Now, you would not see this in here, until it got above its 50. So a couple of hours ago, this would not be appearing in this scan. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's tough. It is tough. I don't like to chase, but that's why you're going to find all my setups. None of these are going to be like all-time highs. Okay, they're going to be maybe have recently hit a big high, but look how they've pulled back, and now they're maybe looking to make a move again. So basically, what you're going to find this in this homework or stocks that are strong, but you're not going to be, I know how your mind thinks, and you'd rather find those bottoms, like I'm trying to do in in this FINV. It's a tough game. It really is because you're fighting the trend. And that's what I like about my homework and where I find most of my ideas. You're finding stocks that may have recently hit a multi-month high, but now have pulled back. It's like this one yesterday was probably on here, and by it taking out that high. So let me share this with you, and just take a look at some of these. You're going to find them. Like this cipher was on here for the last few days, and looking and finally making a move. Yeah, I mean, the topping candles. Yeah, I can see weakness up here in six, but it's pulled back. It pulled back a dollar. So now that's a 20% drawdown, and so now this is where you look for it to maybe regroup and move higher. Yes, there were sellers up here, and you have topping wicks, but it's not like it's happening right now. And if it gets back above that 10 period moving average, it may go take out all these sellers and blast right through. No, you don't need therapy. You just need to look at the right chart. I mean, look at this one coming into today. It was, just could go, R is on here. In all honesty though, I would this works better when you've had a little pullback in the market. I mean, we just keep, going to all-time highs, and it makes it a little bit difficult. But let me share this with you, and just take a look at them. Just take a look at them, mark them up. All I do. You can watch my video on Twitter each morning if you want to get an idea. I usually pick out my four favorite stocks, and it's like I'll show you a good one. Three Sharp was talking about it. Okay, these are the kind of things I look for, and that sound. And this was called out in the Trader Eye. If you get the videos, you would have seen this, but this was called out on this day right here. See, yeah, look at that topping tail. That's not going to scare me. Now, it may scare me coming into the next day for sure. But now, man, you've pulled back from 19 all the way down to 15 and a half. So now what I'm doing is I'm looking off this 20 period moving average for a break above, that high. And I did. I bought it yesterday, and I'm still in some. Now, I'm going to predict that this is probably not doing very well over here because market just can't get a bounce. It's kind of so-so. It's pretty much flat. This one I didn't like to begin with, and that's why you can probably, manage. You see, if you see something you didn't like this one, I mean, you got a little support here, but I probably would have got out of that. I would prefer that one be above its 10-period moving average. This is where I'm saying I need to come in and tweak this, and I really do, and because uh, I wouldn't buy that not until maybe it filled the gap or got back above its 10-period moving average. That one doesn't look bad. This is where I may put an alert in if I'm doing this. This is how you're going to weed your garden. Like maybe I get out of that other one really fast, and then put an alert in here. And if it gets above that, I'd add to it maybe. Oh no, are you? No, here's the one you want. I do it every day. Oh, I had it right there. So my top four picks of the day was Nike, Amazon, IONQ, and SRFM. SRFM is just one, to kind of keep an eye on. It's low float, and it's just been kind of going sideways. If it can get above this level right here, and I don't know what happened to my alert that I had in there. Oh, there it was already in there. Yeah, ARC has definitely been a monster. Now you got to be careful. I think probably the Tesla's the biggest holding in there. So if you do start seeing a lot of some weakness in Tesla, like it has today. Okay, good. Yeah, yeah. I'll post that every morning, usually about an hour before the market opens up. Now Nike just did that surprises me. That's just ugly. And there's that Tesla hitting its 10-period moving average probably. Nope, not yet. You got a 5-day down here in it. It's definitely a sell the news event this morning. See if Smart can lift off of this 10-period moving average. There's their 5-day in Tesla. Also have a little support, but I glad I sold a little bit this morning. Maybe money's coming out of Tesla and into Amazon. I gotta put my alert back in there. Yeah, a lot of spamming calls today. Around a Okay, let's take example. Okay, for ARC. So if I was to build a strategy around it, I mean, it's really tough. I mean, look at this. If I were to tell you to, and it breaks the 10 period moving average, to short it, uh, you would have got head snapped both cases right here, and now it's moving higher. It's not a game that I definitely I play. If I do, it's typically with small size. We'll take Google for example, because I did make a little bit of money in Google the other day, on the short side. But I scalped it pretty quick, and I'm trying to think where it was. So it was this day right here because I I just faded it, I believe, off this bar reversal right here and held it. And on this day right here, it came down. I thought it was going to fill the gap, didn't even quite make it, and it popped up. I got out. It's uh it was when the market was showing some weakness, and I was thinking, they had this Google, man, there's got to be some profit taken in that. I typically don't do something like that, but if I do, I mean, the only thing you could do is just fade it with small size. There's no good strategy for shorting strength. I mean, if you have conviction on fading, I'm going to tell you the best way to do it. Okay, is take tiny size, or you can give it like a 10% move against you without getting hurt. And just basically, if you're trying to pick a top, you just gonna have to hold it for probably months. That's probably the best shorting strategy there is. I mean, because if you're trying to do it with size and play momentum to the downside, there's no momentum because it's all you have buyers. That's why the stock is going up and from the left and to the right is because you have buyers. So the momentum usually in these bullish stocks. Now, Tesla's a different story. I mean, that one's one you could have got aggressive and probably made a killing this morning. But gosh, it's a dangerous game because you're basically, you're above its 10 period moving average. It's been incredibly strong, the strongest of the Mag 7, and then all of a sudden you're going to like open up and just bang it to the short side. I mean, that's filter sort on that one is position in 30-minute range. Let's just make sure. Yeah, it's position in 30-minute range percentage. and 3% stop. Cat. Yeah. Now this is, I mean, yeah, that could be a shooting star. It could end up being a an abandoned baby, But just because you're seeing one candle at the top of an all-time range does not mean it is getting weak. Now, what you would have to do is wait for the next day, and then maybe take a chance taking out that low on the next day. But something like that, it does not mean it's going to start the sell off. It's just could potentially be a shooting star or abandoned baby, and especially if it gaps down. But you can't assume anything. And if you do take a shot at something like this, I wouldn't do it till the following day, taking out that low, and then I would just keep it real tight. Maybe using the high of that bar as my out. Yeah, I mean, I think you'll find Mighty Mouse, uh, if you'll learn to go with the trend, and trust me, there's a lot. I'm kind of like you at times. I see that I start salivating and saying, "Wow, this thing has run all the way from 440 to 487, or even 420 to 487. Huge move." You know, I'm going to be the hero to short this thing up here. And because trust me, if you're looking to short up there and you do short and you're successful, you need to hold this thing for a very long time. Otherwise, you might as well play momentum. So in other words, you might as well, short. If you're only going to hold the stock for a couple of days, find you a DKNG on this move right here and just pound it for 3 days and get out. Because if you have the guts to go in and short a stock at all-time highs, you better be looking for a massive move because it doesn't make sense. If you're just looking for a move back down to the 10-period moving average, 10 cent, $10 move, go find you something that's showing momentum and hit that for 2 or 3 days to the downside. Okay, if you're doing this, you need to be holding. You need to be looking for like a 2 or 3 week move. Because, like I said, if you're doing it for the momentum, there's no momentum. It's going to, just kind of bleed and slop around. Uh, Now, if something happens in the market and you get a macro event, black swan, yeah, it's a different story. You can get a massive move to the downside, but other than that, it's probably just going to, bleed over the next few days. So you just almost have to just take it off your blotter, put a stop in, and forget about it. Okay, SMAR is looking better now. Back to highs, getting close to that 50 period where I'll probably take some profits. Yeah. Yeah, Mighty Mouse. You're better off. Like I said, you're better off finding a momentum. I mean, because, find your stocks that are, you know, uh, that are setting up for a downside move, and all of a sudden even if you chase this thing all the way down from 42 to 40 and didn't even short it until it broke the 200, you still could have killed it. So that's what I'm saying. If you're just looking to make a short move, find find you some momentum to the downside and just play it that way. Look for volume. Mr. Barry, do I hear clickety click over there?
Yeah, you do hear clickety click. I'm listening. I'm listening to your conversation the last 10 minutes anyway about swing trading. So, Andy, do you use our stock composite rating at all?
Our what now? Our
The stock
Oh,
composite rating
composite
filter
rating?
at all?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
for yeah, well, yeah, I do. I mean, you'll find it. I don't have it in any of my scans up here, but when I do some of my homework, I'll take a look at it, and I have it always have it in my single stock window. So
okay. Because
yeah,
when you're talking about looking for strong stocks and all that, I
right,
mean, isn't that the theory behind it? Those are strong stocks,
yeah,
both
yeah,
technically and
exactly,
fundamentally.
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Let's take a look at CAT. I didn't look at it at the time, but you're looking at a 94. That's an
Exactly.
incredible score. Yeah,
Hmm.
maybe find stocks that are below 60. And I know you don't want it's tough shorting in the hole, but that's why you probably need to look for volume when you're shorting. Barry's real good at
Hmm.
shorting. He didn't mind shorting
Well,
something that's already down 50% in 2 days.
no, go ahead.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
yeah,
as long as it's got room when I look left, exactly.
that's right. That's
But
right.
these are day shorts. I mean, these are not swing shorts. I have never. Well, excuse me, I don't
Right,
swing at
right.
all. But I think I tried to swing short once back when BlackBerry was still a company. If
Yeah,
so, that's a long time ago, and I got killed. So I said no, I'm not going to swing short
done
anymore.
with
I
that,
mean,
huh?
it wasn't anecdotal, of course. I mean, I'm sure there's some fabulous swing shorts out there, but no, it's just not in my nature. I have no problem shorting intraday, but I just feel really uncomfortable. I actually feel uncomfortable holding, like swinging at all.
Yeah,
I just do. People
yeah,
say, "Oh my
exactly.
gosh, well, when you short a stock, it could go to infinity and you'll lose all your money." Yeah, well, I've seen some of these bios that are up at $80 and they're $1 the next day also. So I mean,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it could, it's not like going like swinging long stock or swinging is, the road to all riches also.
right.
But when I was listening to you though, I was just wondering, okay, well, you're talking about fine, strong stocks and a strong trend, and I
Mhm.
thought I thought that's what the stock composite rating was kind of all about.
Well, yeah, it is. It is. You could definitely. I have a stock where it's just, I mean, a scan where you're just only looking for stocks that are above 85 or something like that on there.
Right.
So, but let me
Well, I
let me
see your
share
point.
something. Let me share something with Mighty Mouse. So, this is one I've put together called Bounce Below 50 SMA Short. Okay, so these things are weak, but they bounced. Now, look how this one came up here and bounced. Now, it bounced through the 50. And look here now how it's bleeding back over now and breaking this 10 and the 20. Sorry, the 10 and the 50 there. That's the kind of stuff maybe you want to take a look at. There's stocks that are weak, that are below. Now, there's not a whole lot pulling up in here right now because we've had such an incredible market lately. But uh, let me share. I'm going to share this with you, and so you can get some ideas of how you can find stocks that may be ready to roll back over, bounce above 50. Like I said, and with the market as strong as it's been lately, I don't know if you're going to see a whole lot in there, but just keep an eye on it each day, and you can find some really good setups in there.
Hey, Andy, are you a sports gambler at all?
I play a little DraftKings, just not betting on sports, but I like pick teams each week, players. Uh,
Okay, because like Three Sharps is talking about Hood and all. I know there's this other company, I can't remember the name of it, but why DraftKings is getting beaten up and FanDuel and all. Because let's face it, if you're using DraftKings to bet, but you're basically saying, okay, I think the Giants are going to win because of this,
right.
this, and this. You're making up your own mind on that with what you read and what you feel. But these prediction companies like Hood,
Uh-huh.
Hood has got now this, I guess, offshoot of them. But there's another company out there, starts with the letter K. I can't remember what it is, but they are more, they're telling you this is what you should. I mean, we're not talking about the touts that, you can buy
Right.
these services. I mean, this is using AI and all. Now, of course, if everybody uses AI and uses the same thing, then there's not going to be any advantage, okay? Because
Exactly.
everybody's going to be doing the same thing. But
Right.
I'm just wondering if you have even tried these prediction services for sports betting.
No, no, yeah, I don't,
Kalshi, there it is. Yeah, it's called
yeah,
Kalshi.
back when I was young, I dabbled around that stuff, and and then but once I started, trading stocks, I'm going like, I don't want to bet on sports, man. I'm much better at, stock
Right,
trading,
right.
and still, you know what, and still get the same excitement, so
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
yeah,
All right. Well, interesting chat you guys were having with swing
yeah.
trading, etc. Always opens my eyes a bit, but then I close them immediately.
Get back to your day trading. That's
Get
right.
back to my day trading. Exactly,
I hear
exactly.
you, man. I do
Okay,
miss
Andy.
it.
So,
Yeah.
Steve, I'm probably going to take over for you
Yep.
tomorrow, then, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Yep. Sure
Okay.
will. All right,
Okay. Well, we'll
guys.
see you next week.
Uh-huh. All right. See you guys. Thanks. You're welcome. Free Sharp.
Okay, guys. I'm just waiting for Andy to leave so I can take over. There we go. And one more thing to do, just get my music going. So back again, I see Open had a nice little some volume coming into Open. I know Shady is in this one, but some volume coming into Open right now. Open, OPEN. High looking left is 883. So there's certainly a room on the daily chart. Okay, I'm just have some thumbnail charts. I'm just checking them out to see if there's anything. And you know what? The Fermi is starting. Fermi is starting to drift down again, guys. I wonder if I'm going to take a reshort this one. FERMI underneath 30 again. You know what? I better. It's FRM. I'm sure it's after Enrico, but anyway, let me. There we go. FRMI. So underneath 30 again, bending down. Orange trend now on the 2 minute. What was the low of the day? It was way down here, under 27 something. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously the major thrust, we had two of them. We had from 37 down to 30 and then from 30 down to 27. We had two big moves fairly quickly. I just don't know about now. Maybe, you know what? I mean, if it takes out the low of the day, that could really get it running again lower. I know it's $2 away, but if it takes out the low of the day, then you're going to get people thinking, I don't have a lot of confidence in holding this if they were in this one yesterday. So there's that. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the market. So you can see the VWAP, purple line on my 5 minute chart. That is the VWAP. So the market got into it. I'll call it 3 times on the 5 minute. Okay, 3 times. And so far, the VWAP is acting as a pretty tough resistance to get through. Okay, so far. So what I'm going to do is I'll put a price alert just over it to see, because that could get the market running again if it can take out the VWAP on the upside, and maybe you can get running again a bit. I mean, the market's not crashed or anything like that. It's just that it is pulled back a lot from the pre-market highs. Meanwhile, yeah, William, I think I saw your comment that Bitcoin was at 120 barely, and now it's a little bit under. So I guess the Bitcoin sell-off is over for the time being. This sell-off from here, big run. All right, guys. So I'm looking at some of the small gappers, the small gap breakout. Okay, looking at some of them right now. See if there's any one of them that have actually moved. I find that earlier on in the day, yeah, I had a bit of a move. I mean, the alert was around right here, 662, right there, around 62.90. Had a bit of a move up to 63.26. Not a big move. I would be more inclined to be looking at this as a short now, guys. RLI, yeah. Underneath that whole number, trend is down. The wave is down. What is the yeah, except that there's the VWAP. VWAP is too close. I mean, for a 62.94 stock, it's only 30 cents away. So for me, it's just too close because that could act as support. So even though I kind of like the way it's setting up underneath the whole number and curling down, I won't take that short. Cryptos, this is the bullish time of year for cryptos. Okay. Stevie, where do you, obviously it's just rumors, but right now that looks pretty like a pretty solid rumor. What did it get down to? About 110,000, 108,000, 110,000. What was the low? I don't have a crypto chart. See, IBIT hit that low right there is 61. I don't know how that correlates exactly to the price of Bitcoin. There is a correlation, of course. And an interesting, but down, up, down. Now we're up again. 108. Okay, thank you. 108. So say call it 109. That's what I thought. So 109 was the low. Just looking at Ethereum to see how, yeah, it's been kind of following crypto. I mean Bitcoin. Wow. You know, so this was not over. BTTC was definitely not over. So it had the big pullback right back down to 17 and back up to 31 and a potential of 34 on the open. Well, on the resume. Halted at 31.36. So this was not over. Now the volume is starting to get a little more robust, 2 million shares. Crazy. Okay, thanks, Rich. Interesting. Meanwhile, wow, BQ is this on the way up? Yeah, on the way up still. Yeah, BQ halted again. I'm not in anything right now. I'm just had a pretty good day. So the only thing I'm seeing on some of these, this is what I was seeing the other day, is the spread can be a little bit tough on some of them. So 50, I mean, it's not horrible for a $45 stock, have a 17-cent spread, especially if you can get sort of an in between fill, but StubHub, what is it doing? So basically it's low, guys, lifetime low. Of course, this just started trading. This is what I was talking about. This is what a terrible IPO. Terrible. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to be terrible forever, but I always thought this was sort of a scummy type of business. These, like, I don't know if StubHub is that's exactly what they do, but these guys that just buy up tickets and then they gouge people, like because you try to get a ticket for something and it's all sold out, and you're going in like even months before, maybe not all sold out, but only really expensive and left, and then you get these guys. Yeah, legalized scalping. Thank you, Barry. That's what I was trying to. That was the term I was trying to come up with. I mean, I'd much rather buy a ticket from some guy who's in the crowd at the hockey game, outside saying, 2 tickets, gold seats, rather than going to one of these organizations. Well, guys, 114. So, what GPCI? Okay, guys, I'm taking a look at this GBCI as a potential long scalpy type trade. If it gets into the 20s, want to see if as long as it holds 47. I know it showed up on the gap breakout on the downside, but it's been holding over 47 for nicely for a bit. It did pop up to 47.17. It's kind of meandering though, from orange, a little blue now on the wave. All right, I'm going to put a price alert for this one around 47.09. See if it gets up back up there. And I'm looking, this maybe a potential VWAP magnet if it gets going. Market is trying again, guys. So we've got 1, 2, maybe 3 challenges at the VWAP on the SPY. Well, while I wait on this one to see if it does make a little bit of a move up, doesn't look good now. The ask is starting to come back down to the bid. I want it to be the other way, but so I'll go over my homepage one last time today. Oop. Oh, okay. I got 4705, 4707 briefly. Okay, guys. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, 3 different promo codes. So please listen carefully. If you want to take out a premium annual subscription, premium annual, you can get 30% off. If you want to take out a premium monthly, you'll get 22% off. That's the first month only. If you want to take out a standard monthly, you can get 15% off that first month. Or if you want to take out a standard annual, you'll get 15% off the whole year. Okay. And if you want to join the main room, this is the link for it every day. Okay. So even those who are in the room, the main room all the time, I guess you can just save my link and then click on this, and that'll get you in the room. Those of you in YouTube, the same sort of thing. Save my link if you want to come into the main room. Education section. This is for now. If you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, okay, they're getting started with Trade Ideas. First thing you must do, short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're thinking about it, start off on that second video. And again, go to the end, short videos. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try us, at least for a month. Okay. Back to basics. New to trading. This is for you. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. Here they are. Here are the ones that I'm sharing right now. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. These two, I'm not. I can share them. They're just not on my homepage. These are large cap gainers and losers. And then there's the Hulse resumes. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. And I have these 3 that I do not have up and running. I may say resurrect the gap scan when we get more into earning season. And I do have this one. Yes, I can kind of share it with you if you want it. The small cap breakout. I can kind of, when I say kind of, because it has a custom in it, which does not. I cannot. Not that I don't want to share it, but it doesn't. It doesn't share. So if you have any questions about them or anything else, now's a good time. 120. I could be taking off at around 2, depending on what sort of questions I get. CBK, did it? So you said it opened, okay? Did not show up on the resume. Sometimes they do. Okay, it's not by design, but sometimes they do. Priced at 24. So as you can see right now, there's not a ton of enthusiasm for it right now as we speak. Okay. In other words, it basically opened at the IPO price. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to stay there, of course. You could have a rip from there, but the other two yesterday, they opened quite a bit above the IPO price, and that's the FRMI and the NP. Now, again, doesn't mean that this is not going to move from here, but just not the same enthusiasm. Okay, and as I said before, with the GBCI, I'm not looking for much, guys. This is more of a just a kind of a testing type of a trade, something that was alerted as a potential short that I looked at. And I thought, you know what, I wouldn't mind playing this on a bit of a short term bounce. So operates as a commercial bank holding company. Okay, not not terribly exciting, but give me a moment. I want to see who's behind it. Was this a direct to market or something? I mean, we've only got one. I mean, joint managers, Havdi. I've never heard of them before. So this is a bit of a strange one, guys. There's not a bunch of big names behind this. Not saying that's bad, but there are no big names behind this who got involved in the IPO. Again, it doesn't mean it's bad, but it just yeah. I call this sort of mid time. I mean, it didn't have a lot of the huge big guys behind this for me, but you had UBS, Cantor, Mizuho. So when I say really big guys, I'm talking about the Goldmans, the JP Morgans, the Morgan Stanleys, etc. Kind of like Neptune. Okay, you had Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, BMO, Goldman Sachs. You had a ton of big names behind this one. Now, does that always mean success? No. You mean the short float percent? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think it's got to do with naked shorting and stuff. Okay, yeah, yeah. I don't know how to interpret that other than maybe naked shorting and all that, which is crazy. I mean, well, I've not seen that. I've seen, maybe 110% or something like that, but it's possible that that's to do with some naked shorting. But I don't think I've seen 1,400%. No, it's a very low float. Yeah, well, I don't know. The other thing, well, but we have got this split adjusted reverse. If it has done a reverse split, we have this reverse split adjusted. I don't know if that website shows the short float percent also, the dilution tracker. Let me just see. I don't think it does, but it might. Okay, so the float is right, 1.35. You guys know whether or not that showed the short float percent? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe not for free, but this is what This is what we're seeing here. So that float number is right, but I don't see the short float percent here. At least not evident. And as Obi says, maybe you have to pay for that. I don't know. But that would be naked shorting, right? Loaning out shares that now that you don't have. But how many times can you loan? Well, okay. I don't get too, obviously, I'm not a big market mechanic guy, but oh, it still shows on their books as theirs. Okay. But they're doing it over and over and over again. Okay. Well, anyway, don't see that often. Like for instance, let's take a look at Apple out of curiosity. I mean, it has 0.8% is the of the. I mean, that'd be a big number, 0.8% of over 14 billion, but still, that's the percent. Well, talk about nonstop. So that's a 62% move in the last 4 minutes within a 4 minute period. For now, it's halted again, BTTC, but that's a 62% move. Well, I'm glad I didn't try to short that FRMI. It's now over 30 again. I mean, it could go on a late day run. I mean, remember, it did hit 38 or so in the pre market, maybe a little over 37 in the pre market. That's the FRMI. I don't recall the scene. Saw the movie twice, but I don't recall the scene with Margot Robbie and oh, The Big Short. I was thinking of The Wolf of Wall Street. I did see The Big Short though, but I don't recall the scene. All right, BQ open and BQ pop. So all these people short who had shorts available, not happy. So that's the case in which I'm glad there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Would I've been tempted at some point? Maybe, but when you talk about these, now here's a China low float stock. Remember what we were talking about, guys? I would never hold this overnight. Never, 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 never. Well, guys, you can really see there's a real battle here. The VWAP on the SPY, a real battle. Look at this. Call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 45 minutes in the area. Okay, in the VWAP area. Will it eventually tried the previous 5-minute bar, tried to pop through it, could not do it. So when looking at this small gap breakout, I can see, in my opinion anyway, earlier on in maybe the first hour, a lot more effective, because if the stock hasn't really broken out, and it's a fairly large cap stock, and it hasn't broken out by now, it's probably not going to, probably just kind of meander unless it gets some news, of course, some news like Intel yesterday, with that rumor anyway of AMD and Intel, when it had that big pop. That was later on in the day, I believe. Yeah, right here. That rumor had happened at 1:45. And I don't know if I know this one at all. Kentucky? Kinetic. Okay. Wow, no kidding. Pretty good. I mean, this was what, almost a $47 stock, say 5 days ago, 6 days ago. 47 down to 39 and straight down. Where is there any support? Lifetime range. Okay, let's take a look at I'm sure you've done this already, but let's take a look first at a weekly chart. Nothing there, so we have to take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, wow, you can see in a monthly chart, it's now just getting below all these lows, not by much. 39, looks like 39.17. Excuse me. So it's underneath 39. The next low looking left is 37.85. So there's still about $1 on a monthly chart anyway. And that could act a couple of months, in fact, around that area. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I may put myself on mute. I've got another maybe 20 minutes left in the room. I'll always stay later if there are questions. I said that every day, but if you got questions, I'll always stay later. But I think I'll put myself on mute right now. Now, William says he'll keep the room open till between 3:30 and 3:45, even after I've left. I do have to shut down the YouTube room though, but I will put the trading room link in the YouTube room, so you can head over there if you want. Okay, so I'll get back on the mic if there's a question. So Nancy, I don't know what you mean. What is your understanding of the significance of value investing? I don't understand what you mean by that exactly. Nancy in our YouTube room. I mean, there's value investing, I guess, the bigger stocks, and then there's growth. So, but I'm not a swing trader at all. So I'm not sure I understand your question exactly. The significance of value investing? I mean, if you're a swing trader, some people love to like so-called value invest versus growth. Value investing is probably, more for people that aren't a little more risk adverse, if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking specifically about Kodak, I mean, it's a complete gamble in my opinion about Kodak. Okay, guys. Well, I'm back. I think I'm going to start wrapping this up. If you have any questions, now's a great time. I'm going to wrap this up probably around 2 o'clock. If there are no more questions, we'll start off by thanking everybody for all the help all day long, as usual. The main room will open tomorrow at 6:45 Eastern time in the morning, of course. I'll try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic at 9. William, though, once I get out of the main room, we'll keep the main room open till sometime between 3:30 and 3:45. I do have to shut down YouTube, though. So if anybody's still left in YouTube, you can head over to the main room if you want. And this is the link. Click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, and on the right-hand side, you'll see trading room. And that's how you get into the main room. Still in this GBCI. I'm hoping maybe it got almost into the 30s. All right, guys, I do not see any questions. So I'm going to head out now. So see you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to mute myself in the main room and shut off the screen sharing. And now for you people who are still in YouTube, I will end the stream.